never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. The SpaceX flight to the International Space Station today has been scrubbed due to weather in Florida. The next opportunity is tomorrow, 11:43 a.m. Eastern Time. President Trump's tariff deadline is tomorrow. The president announced he has given Mexico a 90-day extension after he spoke with the country's president today. Deals so far have been agreed to with the European Union, the United Kingdom, Japan, South Korea, and plenty of Asian countries as well. Yesterday, Trump announced a 25% tariff against India with an additional penalty for what he says them buying military equipment and energy from Russia. And he believes that this is prolonging the war in Ukraine. Looks like Canada will be paying a maximum tariff on all their exports to the United States, as the president is very disappointed with his prime minister recognizing a Palestinian state before all the hostages were released. The presidential fitness test is returning to schools across the United States. It was a mainstay in public schools from the 1960s to 2012, with kids required to do push-ups, pull-ups, sit-ups, run a mile, sit and stretch. Former President Obama got rid of it. The president is signing an executive order today, bringing the fitness test back to public schools. Former Vice President Kamala Harris has a new memoir on the way. Harris has reached a deal to publish 107 Days, and is set to be released on September 23rd.
Since leaving office, I've spent a lot of time reflecting on those days, talking with my team, my family, my friends, and pulling my thoughts together. In essence, writing a journal that is this book, 107 Days.
Thanks for being there, my friend. It's well appreciated. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Over 100 J.C. Penney stores are being sold to a private equity firm for more than $900 million.
The deal with Onyx consists of 119 stores, including more than 20 in Texas, and comes 5 years after the once popular department store declared bankruptcy. Onyx will pay $947 million, and the deal is scheduled to close in September. All 119 JCPenney stores remain open, and it's unclear what's planned for them. I'm at Mattinson.
Elections will go on business as usual in the city of Miami this November. As an appeals court rules, the ordinance passed by commissioners to move the election to 2026 is unconstitutional. Nova Southeastern University's Bob Jarvis says the Florida Constitution dictates a switch must be made in accordance with Miami-Dade Charter.
The Miami-Dade County Charter says you have to do it in compliance with the city of Miami's municipal charter, and that charter says you have to do it by asking the voters. They can be moved. They just can't be moved by the city commission passing an ordinance. Some people will see it as a power grab. Some people will accept at face value the city's explanation that it's just trying to have elections when more people are likely to come out and vote.
In Las Vegas, I'm Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com. Helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate.
What do you say? Cue the microphone, and away we go. Hey, would you looky there? It's Friday coming on as we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone. pull another page off the calendar. Actually, pull another month. That's it for July. August 1. We're making our way into the first day of August here in 2025 as the summer flies by. But of course, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Here to kick off the new month live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. After the passing of a frontal system that brought some showers, a few rumbles of thunder, nothing severe here this past day. Clouds kind of lingering tonight, but 68 degrees at this hour. It's about 10 degrees cooler than we were at this time 24 hours ago. And lots of folks in the northern tier of the country and gradually spreading further south over the weekend will be anticipating cooler temperatures. Finally, a bit of relief from the never-ending heat wave. Actually, some of the overnight lows, higher elevations in the northeast may drop into the 40s. Could even see a few upper 30s over the upcoming weekend. So a refreshing air mass. Tonight around the country, the big word is, as much of the summer has been flash flooding, where we do have some of these showers and thunderstorms. They are wringing out torrential amounts of rainfall. We've got one cluster kind of encompassing northeast Colorado into western portions of Nebraska. Yeah, those are prompting some flash flood warnings. Northeastern New Mexico, another cluster of showers. Torrential rains. Same scenario, northern portions of Wyoming, and you've got western Montana. And really, when I look at the warnings and advisories, it's just flash flood warnings everywhere you turn. Let me pull up the latest out of northeast New Mexico, which I just mentioned. 1.5 to 3 inches of rain has already fallen. Could see another 1/4 of an inch. That's enough to cause, obviously, flash flooding there in that region of the country. Elsewhere, let's take you to the Weather Service office in Denver. 1 to 3 inches of rain has fallen, another inch possible. So flash flooding caused by these thunderstorms. We saw lots of flooding there in New York City and parts of New Jersey as that frontal system passed through that region this past afternoon into the evening hours. Still have a lot of rain stretching from Boston. Most of it's pushed out of New York City now. Further to the south, the rains primarily moving offshore from Delaware to Washington, D.C., eastern portions of North Carolina tonight. You will still find some spotty showers throughout areas of the southeast. But the setup there in parts of the northeast overnight continues to be ripe for potentially additional flash flooding on into early Friday morning. Yeah, we're watching for a frontal system to kind of pair up with a disturbance in the jet stream, and that's going to unleash a swath of heavy rain. The zone from eastern Pennsylvania, eastern Maryland, far northern Virginia, northern Delaware, to the lower Hudson Valley of New York, which includes New York City. Yeah, we could see some major travel disruptions within 100 miles of I-95, especially here early into Thursday night. On in through the evening hours, a greater concentration of stronger storms, packing some gusty winds, southern Pennsylvania, southern New Jersey, down into the Carolinas. As the Canadian air begins to spill in, as torrential downpours focus on the southeastern portions of the U.S. this weekend, much cooler and less humid air moves in, resulted in more comfortable air for many. Energy demands will ease. Turn off the AC, open the windows for a change. And, of course, a significant drop in humidity levels, which I can tell you, stepping outside the secret bunker, it is quite a difference compared to what we've seen for the last many days. Now, the difference in pressure between the high building into the north and a developing area of storminess along the southern Atlantic coast will bring a stiff breeze to some coastal areas of New England down into the mid-Atlantic this weekend. Could see some rougher surf, the risk of rip currents, while astronomical tides, unremarkable this weekend. That persistent onshore breeze may push water levels 1 to 2 feet above typical levels. Could see some minor flooding at times of high tides. Looking toward next week, the effects of the Canadian high pressure begins to slowly erode. Monday and Tuesday of next week should continue to provide cooler, more comfortable conditions for obviously getting some sleep, outdoor activities, and just general relief from the recent humidity levels. Hazy conditions we saw in parts of the north central USA, Minneapolis to Chicago this past day. Matter of fact, at one point in time, Chicago had the worst air quality levels in the country. This is due to the wildfire smoke. Coming in, drifting across the Great Lakes, air quality plunged to hazardous levels in several states. Milwaukee had one of the worst readings Thursday morning, an air quality index of 227, the very unhealthy category. Chicago, Minneapolis, Green Bay, all kind of shrouded in the smoke. Air quality readings firmly in the very unhealthy range. So folks in those areas may have noticed some irritation to the throat, the eyes, breathing difficulties. The haze hanging over the region, actually visible on satellite and from the ground. But the smoke was not quite as thick or brown tinted as it was in some of the previous air quality outbreaks in recent months. But the threat of wildfires continues to escalate in the coming weeks as vegetation continues to dry out across parts of the western USA. Wildfire season, meanwhile, is reaching a near peak in Canada, but really just kind of getting started in the western USA. A staggering 15 million acres of land have already been scorched across Canada, with the country on pace to have its second worst year for wildfires on record. We're probably going to see more smoky, milky skies in the coming weeks, with wildfire smoke continuing to drift across the region. Look at our traveler's weather, and it was just a hazy, muggy day. With the passing of the front, some of that smoke is beginning to clear out in that region of the country. But great to have you on board. Underway, a Friday, first day of August. Amazing. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mild. after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right, underway. Closing out the month of July. Here comes August 1. Is somebody staying up rather late tonight? I don't know. Are we on the road? Maybe headed to Rockwell? What's going on, Josh?
Hey, Steve. Just coming back from Chicago, actually. We had some meetings at Gold Eagle Company, and actually got to be in the smoke there from Canada coming down out the wildfires, and had a lot of weather events. Got in late tonight from going to Columbus here, but big day today in Hot Shot Secret land. We released a new product, and it's a DEF additive. We call it Premium Defender, and what it does is it takes the white crystals that form with DEF and helps eliminate them from the system, and then keep it from coming back again as well. So it's a booster for the DEF. Everyone uses diesel exhaust fluid in the trucks.
So the DEF has been an issue for many out there. That when they first came out, they said every once in a while you were supposed to have to go through like a regen cycle or whatever. Is that designed to reduce the need for regens, or is this totally separate?
It's totally separate. It's towards the DEF fluid, which goes into what they call the SCR, the Selective Catalytic Reduction System, and as part of that whole DPF system and emission system. So usually you have a DPF, or the diesel particulate filter, at the front part of the system. It catches the large particles, and from there, this SCR part, which is catches the NOx, which is the more harmful emissions part, and we break that down into a less harmful substance by using the DEF fluid itself. So what we're doing is we're cleaning that system out, keeping it maintained and performing the best it can by taking the DEF or the DEF nozzle itself and cleaning it up, putting a good spray pattern onto the SCR filter so it works more efficiently, which means you should use less DEF itself, and you should be able to get longer life out of the entire system is what we're really doing with that new chemical.
So is this going to be something you add to your DEF each time you put DEF in, or is it a one-time clean out, or every 3 times, or?
It is every single time. It's kind of like the EDT, except for it's for the DEF tank.
Gotcha.
And it's 1 ounce per 2.5 gallons. So anyone that uses the cubes, you put 1 ounce into a cube. If you're filling your bulk tank at or from a bulk tank onto the truck, say a nozzle at the truck stop, fill it up with whatever you have there, and then treat that amount. And again, it's 1 ounce per 2.5 gallons. And I know a lot of guys that fill up, they're like 27-gallon tanks, a lot of the big trucks out there. So they might put in 10 to 15 gallons at a time.
So 8-ounce bottle treats 20 gallons essentially. So that's an easy number, right?
It is, and it retails at $10. So if you think about it, it's pretty effective, as far as 50 cents a gallon to add to your cost of your DEF to help fix some, and keep you out of the shop. I was doing a little math on it actually, and when we get some, we'll have some bigger sizes come up and be available, and it'll get a little more, even more economical than it is now. But even in a smaller sized bottle, if you bought it at MSRP, and you could go 150,000 miles, and it costs you $500 to treat the DEF, and that's like worst case scenario, running some numbers with DEF usage maybe a little on the higher side than normal. So, you start thinking about it, $500 call into the shops happens pretty quickly anymore. So that's something that can help prevent you that downtime, and a call into the shop or being limped on the side of the road is definitely a pretty good value to the customer there and to our fellow drivers.
So just unveiled, what, this past day or today, whatever the case, and right now, obviously.
Yeah, the past day, actually. Yeah, technically on Thursday morning.
So it's hotshotsecret.com, I presume, right now. Then we'll be looking to get into some retailers fairly quick. How's it going to work?
Absolutely. Look for hotshotsecret.com, local dealer network as well. We're also going to be on Amazon shortly. It just takes some time to get that up sometimes. And then look for it next week at Tractor Supply. Almost every one of their stores is going to carry it. It's going to be on end cap right now for the next 3 months.
All right. That's good. So it makes it highly visible, not difficult to find.
Absolutely not. And we've had a couple stores set out the box already, and it's disappearing very quickly. So if you're interested in it and you don't get it off our website, recommend you get the Tractor Supply early on next week before they run out.
All right. Well, that's pretty. I got the press release here, and so I saw that from this past morning, and you kind of broke it down in depth, and I'll share that with the listeners coming up here to give them a little better understanding. But pretty cool stuff. That's great. Helping the truck drivers out there to stay out of the shop.
Absolutely, and we've been working with Joe Morrow on this, if the listeners remember him with the efficiency side of things, and he said that's a real big headache. He works with a lot of fleets, including his brother's one of his customers, and they got about 100 trucks, and one of their most common issues is the gauge on the def tank. It gets messed up, it gets crystals in there, they got to take it out. It's about a $100 part. Well, luckily for them, they can do most of that in their own shop, and they got guys doing it. But to take a truck out of service, it starts costing a lot of money when you start putting it all together.
Yep, no doubt. All right. So aside from that, everything going all right? Life treating you well? Been a hot summer, ain't it?
It's been a very hot summer, but life's been very good. We've been extremely busy on the business side, and I did go to Chapel Hill, Tennessee a couple weeks ago and got to take in that event and see how everyone was doing down there. We did some TV filming as well while we were on site. So Stacy David will be doing a TV show on his Gears show from Chapel Hill as well coming up end of the summer. And we had, if you've seen on our social media, we had a multi-engine modified as well in Engine Power Studios as well. So we spotlighted one of our new sponsored drivers on that program.
All right. So we got I know the NTPA is in, is it Rockwell, Iowa, right, this weekend? Hot Shot Secret there? Anybody got anybody on location?
Yep, we got Matt and I forget who Matt took with him, but Matt's there for sure. My brother Matt's got on site taking care of all the people out there.
Okay.
And it was a wet one out there. They got a quick sprinkle in right before showtime. They had to scrape the track, but they did get the show in tonight, it looked like, when I was last got an update from them.
Okay, that's good. All right. Well, we'll look forward to getting our full update from Mr. Dunlap next week. His pooling season is in full swing right now.
Absolutely. And Pro Polling League that we're title sponsor of, I think they have 2 or 3 events this weekend as well. So just busy, busy, busy. So all we seem to do is go to polls, drag racing, and Kyle's actually out at the Salt Flats right now for a land speed record attempt in a diesel.
I saw a post, where he was headed out there. Now, is is one of those vehicles kind of sponsored by us, Hot Shot Secret or something, or?
It is. So one of our industry partners was working on it and said, we'd love to have you guys sponsor the fluids and be involved in this. And we said, absolutely.
Okay.
And everything goes to plan. They have a really good plan. We do feel really confident they're going to break a land speed record with actually both of those vehicles that they took out there.
Okay, and these, they kind of look more like a rocket ship dragster kind of combination than anything else. It's very unique.
Yes, and the other one's more like a pickup, though. It's kind of like a lowered down S10 almost look to it. Okay. Even though it's a full-size pickup.
Gotcha. All right. Well, Josh, hey, thank you for the update. Again, I'll share the full press release, the DEF Defender from Hot Shot Secret now available. Yes, indeed.
All right. Well, thanks, Steve. Appreciate the time to give a quick update on my way home, and hopefully I'm heading in the driveway in about 15 minutes.
Okay. Hey, great to hear from you here. And don't be a stranger, as they say. There you go. Brand new product. Hot Shot Secret just launched this past day. Like I said, I did have the press release printed up here. So there you go. We got more details coming up. Yeah, we are. Well, would you looky there? One day closer to the greatest day of the week, which, yeah, to me, that's today. Captain Ron on board in the house. Hang in there. We'll get you right after the news break. Hello to Philly, Dan. TGIF. Hope everyone had a great weekend. Had some heavy rain here this past day, but definitely going to be a cooler day here for our Friday. All right, saddle up, nocturnal listeners. The midnight hour, TGIF, for the last time this week. Deep beneath the Earth's crust is the Hot Shot Secret hidden bunker. Throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The stick shit eliminator power mic is on. 844-844-3388. The digits to hit. All right. Snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Don't be a scarecrow. It's Casual Friday. So Friday, let it all hang out. Are you with me? Yes, indeed. All right, as we roll to news break, get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tell's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tell360.com today.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump's tariff deadline is set for tomorrow. Earlier this week, Trump refused to extend the deadline as he pushes for countries around the world to sign up for trade deals.
Deals so far have been agreed to with the European Union, the UK, Japan, and South Korea, among others. Deals haven't been reached with Canada and Mexico, with Trump saying it will be hard to reach a deal with Canada after its prime minister announced plans Wednesday to recognize a Palestinian state. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
$1 billion in security assistance is going to be heading to Ukraine.
The Senate Appropriations Committee advanced legislation in a 26-3 vote that will provide $800 million in security assistance for Ukraine and $225 million in security assistance for Baltic countries. The funds for Ukraine proved non-controversial as there's a bipartisan majority supporting Ukraine in the Congress. I'm Chris Coraggio.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry, whether you're starting out or leveling up. Tell is here to help you succeed. Visit tell360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Alrighty, indeed. Well, I suppose we got us a Friday. TGIF.
Yeah, you might as well get it off to the right start. It's one day closer to the greatest day of the week. For the first time in August.
Yeah, how about that? Can you believe? First weekend in August coming on.
Time flies. Time flies. So, earlier in the week, Pappy, I think it was Pappy, said that why don't we just ban murder?
Yes.
Was that him that said that? I think that was right.
Mm-hmm.
But didn't all of this start with just a rock long time ago?
A.K.A. Cain and Abel.
You know what I mean?
Right. Yes.
And there's probably a certain group of people, that watch The View and all that don't want you to have those rocks because they're mean looking. But anyway, I'll leave it at that. Those rear guards that you were mentioning with the labels missing, or
whether
they weren't legal or whatever.
Eliminating that regulation, yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever read how much trouble you'll be in if you don't have that label on your mattress and pillows?
I've heard that you get it. It's like is it a federal offense or something? I've heard that, but
yeah, it's a federal offense. Yeah. I don't know who runs around checking that. I've never been checked.
And what purpose does it serve? I have no idea.
I don't know. It's mind-boggling. But I'm in that brand new 13-letter shish kebab spreader.
Mm-hmm.
This truck eats the DEF compared to I think they were 2019 Freightliners that we had before. But this seems like it's almost twice as much.
Wow.
DEF running through. And I think you reported on that the newer trucks were going to be using more DEF. Maybe I'm wrong, but it seems way higher usage than what that Freightliner was.
And I have no idea, what is DEF running per gallon these days?
I don't know. Penske gets it by bulk, and they just pump it in.
Gotcha.
They have a tanker that comes in and delivers it into our yard, and they just, fill them up. But I can only make, I don't know how big the tank is, but I can only go 3 days on a tank full of DEF. I don't know how big the tank is, so that it's really hearsay. But you remember Hee Haw?
Absolutely.
The show Hee Haw?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think I figured out who started all of these low-hanging jeans, where you see their butt. That group of people.
Yes. Who was it?
String Bean, the banjo player.
Uh-huh.
Remember he had the real short pants and the long shirt? I think he's the one that got it started 50 years ago.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I'm full of all kinds of useful knowledge, ain't I? But anyway, I don't think, I was way behind last night. My load was an hour and a half late. I was behind Beach Bum, but he had to get a tire change, so I don't know how far he is back behind me, but I'm looking at 82 degrees coming up on Gainesville shortly. Got plans for the weekend?
Oh, we have a, celebration of life to attend for our friend Polly that passed away here about a month or so ago.
Oh.
That'll be Saturday.
Oh.
Saturday, so.
Yeah, I don't know what we've got planned. I wouldn't actually mind meeting Beach Bum in person Saturday evening if I can work that out. Maybe we can go break bread somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, I don't have anything else. Except for a shout out to Knuckle Buster and a big old shout out back there to Beach Bum. He's running back there behind me somewhere. I appreciate you taking my call.
All right. Well, as always, thanks for the heads up. One day closer to the greatest day of the week. All right. Marianne in the house. Good morning, Steve. The overnight family. Hope everyone enjoys their weekend. Iron Duck. Happy casual Friday. Right now in Evanston, Wyoming, 68 degrees. Everybody safe travels. Keep the rubber side down. Shorty back at it. I-77 northbound, Troutman, North Carolina. 77 at this hour. He's Columbus bound tonight. Hello to Bill. Good morning all. A cool 67 in Thornville, Ohio. Have safe travels out there. I'm heading over to the app. Who else on board? Rockpick. Wow, 2 nights in a row. Good morning, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers, and wise old night owls. Currently, few clouds, 61 degrees at Rochester International Airport. Happy Friday, all you hard-working Americans. Have a great weekend if you get one. As always, watch out for the other drivers. Stay safe. Larry, good afternoon. Hammer down, be safe. We've got a big barbecue competition this weekend in Port Jervis, New York. The Grand American Barbecue World Championship, Saturday. I'm not cooking, but I will be cooking Sunday against the same teams that compete on Saturday. I'll be cooking all 4 proteins: chicken, ribs, pork, and brisket. Hopefully the barbecue gods will be on my side. All right, so right now we got 62 degrees in New Paltz, New York. That should be an enjoyable week. It sounds like the rain should end, should have beautiful weather there to have your barbecue competition. Get out there and enjoy, right? Okay, morning, Steve. There's Steven, the Overnight Drive team. Great show as always. Steve, you're the best. Well, thank you so much. Kevin, morning, Steve, and the Overnight crew. Cooler weather. It's great here in Ohio. I'm getting in the mood now for some college football. Won't be long, will it? Hello, Gilligan. Morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, mostly cloudy, still warm here atop Christiansburg Mountain, Virginia, with 77 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up. All right, James says, hello, Steve. Do you remember Big John Trimble from Richmond, Virginia? I definitely remember the name. Never actually got to hear his program, his broadcast over the years, but all the legends talked about. Yeah, Big John Trimble all those years ago. All right, Buckeye Boy, checking in. My last night in Bloomington, Minnesota, 66 degrees. The air quality wasn't too bad today. Delivery went well in downtown Minneapolis. I'll be picking back up about 12:15 later today. Happy that I'm going to be headed home. What a crazy Braves-Reds game yesterday. Great comeback by the Reds, but just couldn't close the deal in the 8th inning. Both teams used a total of 7 pitchers and scored 8 runs each. Wow, I missed that. So that was an insane evening, right? Looks like we'll be having a good bit of rain when I get back to the home 20. That's too bad because the grandkids and parents were going to come over Sunday so we could do some swimming and a cookout. I hope we get some sunshine for at least a few hours. Anyway, have a great night, better weekend, and enjoy. Be careful out there. So, Reds Braves, I'm assuming they're starting this series off there in Atlanta, right? They're the home team, and we've got the Saturday game. They're at Bristol Motor Speedway. The Speedway Classic coming up this weekend. Again, word yesterday they had already sold in excess of 85,000 tickets. What a crowd that might be. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Hello, Eskimo Mom. Happy Friday, hump day. I got the usual run tonight. Enjoying the break from the heat so far. Dumped 1.1 inches of rain out of my gauge earlier today that had fallen overnight last night. 74 lovely degrees on the thermometer with hazy skies on I-71 in Kentucky tonight. Be safe out there. Have a good weekend when you get to it. There's Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler, 74 degrees under a pristine starlit sky in Pratt, Kansas. Earlier today, had my powerful chrome-plated cow truck working some short loads from Lamar, Colorado to Guyman, Oklahoma. Did 3 rounds. Got a little behind for my load out of Parks Livestock out of Texas. But I had to make my customary high-speed trip quicker than normal. And when I got east of Guyman, Oklahoma, I witnessed a Texas County Sheriff deputy standing in my lane of travel, waving his arms over his head like one of those soccer referees you see on television. As I got closer, he looked like he was pointing towards the shoulder of the road, so I took evasive action to go around him, and several miles later I slipped into the Lone Star State. I'm wondering if I should call the sheriff's department and notify them that the deputy may be on something. The way he was acting, hope he's okay, but anyway, it's an epic night on the boulevard. Special shout-out to Brent in the Mile High City as we check in from the Yellow Brick Road. Okay, that's kind of a weird situation you had going on there. Just our number, 844-844-3388. Coming up at some point, we'll get a more detailed explanation. Of course, we had, what's his name, High Tech that called in last evening saying that all these EPA things, the death fluid and all that's going to be going away. Not really the case. But Landline and the folks at OOIDA did give a very in-depth breakdown this past day, and I did a little research, and actually one of our listening friends had sent me an update right toward the end of the program yesterday morning. Try to clear the air and give you some clarification and this is in regard to the EPA's proposal earlier this week, totally separate from some of the terms that were spelled out in the big, beautiful bill. Meanwhile, here we go again. Another couple of electronic logging devices being removed from the approved devices list. This past day, the FMCSA announcing that the following 2 ELDs have been revoked for failure to meet minimum standards. All right, first one is Walker ELD. W-A-L-K-E-R. Walker ELD, model number WAL-R. Yeah, the provider is Walker ELD System Incorporated. The second is SR-ELD, model number SR-E. The ELD provider is SR-ELD LLC. The FMCSA advises carriers using these ELDs to, number one, discontinue using the revoked ELDs and revert to paper logs or logging software to record your hours of service data. Number two, replace the revoked ELDs with compliant ELDs from the registered devices list before September 29. Essentially, you have 60 days to replace them, during which time law enforcement and safety personnel are encouraged not to cite truck drivers for 95.8A1, which is no record of duty status. Instead, law enforcement should request the driver's paper logs or logging software, or use the ELD display as a backup method to review the driver's hours of service information. Starting September 29, carriers who continue to use the revoked devices will be considered as operating without an ELD, and you will be cited and placed out of service. If the ELD provider corrects all identified deficiencies for its device, the FMCSA will replace or place the ELD back on the list of registered devices. All right. However, they strongly encourage carriers to take the actions, the first two things we mentioned, to avoid compliance issues in the event that the deficiencies are not addressed by the ELD provider. And I can say historically, with most ELD devices that get removed, very few of them. There's been just a couple, actually, that have corrected their errors and been added back to the list. More often than not, they do not get placed back on.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, here we got the official press release. Dateline, Mount Gilead, Ohio, this past day. Hot Shot Secret, the fastest growing diesel additive brand in America, introducing a new diesel exhaust fluid treatment to its expanding lineup. This is Premium Defender, a.k.a. DEF Ender. Defender, a targeted additive formulated to clean, protect, and enhance DEF and SCR emission systems. Crystallization in DEF components can sideline even the most well-maintained equipment, leading to expensive breakdowns and downtime when the SCR system fails to work as intended. Engine code fault codes can trigger your vehicle into what they call limp mode. Once this process begins, it becomes difficult and in some cases impossible to drive the vehicle. Hotshot Secrets now offers a targeted solution designed to solve these issues and restore performance, eliminating costly repairs, keeping your vehicle on the road. Premium Defender, formulated to prevent and eliminate crystallization buildup in DEF injectors, lines, and restore proper DEF spray patterns. It also provides lubricity to DEF system components, helping to protect sensitive pumps and injectors, extending the service life. Modern diesel emission systems are increasingly complex. DEF-related issues are one of the leading causes of downtime, derates, and costly repairs. Premium Defender was developed to address these real-world challenges by clearing some of the common trouble codes. And he shared some of those P20EE, P24F, P27F, keeping the SCR system operating at peak efficiency with just one treatment added during each DEF refill, serving as both a preventative measure and a powerful solution for existing DEF-related problems. For use in all SCR-equipped diesel engines, including cars, trucks, semis, and equipment fully compatible with all brands of diesel exhaust fluid, and it will not void manufacturer warranties. The formula is triple filtered, dye-free, ash-free to ensure maximum system compatibility and purity. One 8-ounce bottle treats 20 gallons of DEF, the equivalent of 8 2.5-gallon DEF cubes, as they call them. The cubes, the product is priced at $9.99, available now at HotShotSecret.com through Hotshot Secret independent dealers nationwide, and will be coming to various retailers near you. I think he mentioned, which was it? Tractor Supply. All right, if you go to the website, HotShotSecret.com, they've got a video already up and running, information about Premium Defender. Or if you'd like to just get that order in, 800-341-6516. And you can keep up with all the latest Hotshot Secret company and product news via their Facebook page, Instagram, and following it at HotShotSecret.com. There you go. Well, we got a confirmation this past day, pretty much what we all knew, but the official cause of death for Hulk Hogan from the medical examiner's report. Pinellas County Forensic Science Center records show that Hogan passed of myocardial infarction, the medical term for a heart attack. In addition, the report said Hogan suffered from atrial fibrillation, also known as irregular heartbeat. His real name was Terry Bollea. A report also states that the pro wrestling legend suffered from chronic lymphocratic leukemia, CLL, a form of cancer that impacts the white blood cells. The revelation that he had cancer is something that was not publicly known before the release of his post-mortem medical report. The cause of death led the medical examiner to list his cause of death as natural. Spokesperson for the medical examiner's office said they've received a request for cremation. I'm not aware of when he will be cremated, but once we receive a request, for cremation approval. Emergency medical services sent to the home in Clearwater, Florida, back on the morning of July 24. Cardiac arrest was the call. As we know, widely regarded as the most popular, influential wrestler of all time. And a matter of fact, today is a day that they will be recognizing Hulk Hogan. It's August 1. Today is Hulk Hogan Day in Florida. We'll give you more details on that coming up. Hey, dial us up at 844-844-3388. Don't buy or lease another truck without first calling TEL. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call TEL today or visit tel360.com.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with SpeedMax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's SpeedMax. SpeedMax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Customs and tariff revenues have already totaled more than $150 billion since President Trump took office.
The White House says a lot of countries are reaching out ahead of tomorrow's tariff deadline. That's when a new round of tariffs is set to take effect after President Trump refused to extend the August 1st deadline for countries to sign trade deals with the U.S.
President Trump is restoring America's economic sovereignty by reducing our reliance on foreign countries, boosting investment in the U.S. to the tune of trillions of dollars, and creating hundreds of thousands of high-paying jobs.
Spokesperson Caroline Leavitt says the White House is prioritizing talks with its key trade allies. Several new deals have been announced, but there are no agreements so far with Canada and Mexico. Canada is the latest nation with plans to recognize a Palestinian state.
Prime Minister Mark Carney said that Canada condemns the fact that the Israeli government has allowed a catastrophe to unfold in Gaza and will recognize a Palestinian state in September during a meeting of the UN. Carney said the move was subject to reforms by the Palestinian Authority, including elections next year in which Hamas can play no part. Last week, both France and Britain said they will recognize a Palestinian state as outrage grows over the humanitarian crisis in the Gaza Strip. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Over 100 JCPenney stores are being sold to a private equity firm for more than $900 million.
The deal with Onyx consists of 119 stores, including more than 20 in Texas, and comes 5 years after the once popular department store declared bankruptcy. Onyx will pay $947 million, and the deal is scheduled to close in September. All 119 JCPenney stores remain open, and it's unclear what's planned for them. I'm at Mattinson.
Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 330 points, the S&P 500 dropped 23 points, and the Nasdaq fell by 7 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Aftershocks are rattling the northern Pacific following one of the strongest earthquakes ever recorded.
Wednesday's 8.8 magnitude shaker in eastern Russia triggered tsunami warnings and evacuations across the Pacific. Dozens of aftershocks recorded since, including 5 powerful tremblers above a 6-point magnitude. The strongest was 6.9, which struck late Wednesday near the Russian coast. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
2 men in Florida have been arrested on charges of sexually assaulting a 7-year-old girl. West Palm Beach Police Chief Tony Arujo says the attacks happened multiple times.
Detectives identified the suspects as 26-year-old Josue David Mendez Salas and 23-year-old Pablo Neftali Cobon Mendez.
Mendez Salas is the girl's father. That man is also accused of child abuse for allegedly hitting his daughter with a belt. Chief Arujo says both men confessed to the crimes. A 5-month-old baby is dead after being attacked by the family dog. Volusia County, Florida Sheriff Mike Chitwood says the parents of baby Carter left the child in the care of his great-grandmother and great-aunt while they went out to dinner to celebrate the mother's 21st birthday.
It is so tragic when what started to be a great night ends up when you return home, your child is dead.
Chitwood says the great-aunt let her 3 dogs out of their cage after putting the baby down to sleep in the bedroom. Moments later, she found the 130-pound Great Dane Husky mix next to the bleeding baby. An investigation is underway. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Alrighty, welcome back. Or maybe welcome aboard for those just joining us. Hello to our friends, Denver, Colorado, News Talk 710 KNUS, joining us at this hour. All right. I know, technically you've got an hour to go, but we're rolling into the first day of August here. It's Friday. And in the state of Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis announcing that today, August 1, is Hulk Hogan Day in Florida. in honor of the legendary wrestler who called the Sunshine State home. 6-time WWE Championship, grew up in Tampa, and ran Hogan's Hangout in Clearwater. Of course, passed away last Thursday a week ago. Yeah, the coroner's report, heart attack. Amid reports he was failing in health, but his larger-than-life personality. He will be missed, as the Hulkster was an icon for so many that grew up in the 80s and 90s, as well as today, according to the memo from Governor DeSantis. He was a true Floridian through and through. Hogan was a larger-than-life superhero in the 1980s, WWF, battling rivals like Andre the Giant, the Iron Sheik, Macho Man Randy Savage, dispatching them with his signature leg drop. Of course, in the 90s, moving to WCW, where he shocked wrestling fans, becoming a bad guy, forming the New World Order. We're speaking at the Republican National Convention last year, expressing his support for Donald Trump, who also mourned his passing, lost a great friend, the Hulkster. He was MAGA all the way, strong, tough, smart, but had the biggest heart. All right, let's see. All flags of the United States and state of Florida will be flown at half-staff at the state capitol in Tallahassee, and all local and state building installations throughout Pinellas County from sunrise to sunset today, in honor of the Hulkster. There you go. All righty. Hey, Casual Friday, I do believe. What's going on, Horse Feathers?
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Yeah, happy Casual Friday. Well, said that we have to have Hulk Hogan Day, but I guess it's a fitting tribute to the gentleman who used that name in the wrestling world there, you know. Yeah. What a character, what a larger than life persona that, you know, just as you say, Sergeant Slaughter, Roddy Piper. How could we forget Roddy Piper? There's a bunch of them out there. I mean, you just had to be careful which way you were looking when Rowdy got turned upside down there, right?
Right.
Yeah. Didn't want to see what was under that kilt, did you? Some things can't be unseen. But anyways, there. So on Facebook yesterday, there the cream of wheat put up a picture. I believe came from buckwheat, and he was up there somewhere in the neighborhood of, I believe, the Big Apple, and it looked as if he was sitting still somewhere, and there was another truck sitting still somewhere, but it looked like the depth of the water should have been up to at least the tops of their wheels. So
yes,
maybe we'll call in and.
This is the one I was just looking at. That, as a matter of fact, Queens, New York, on 295. Yeah, thunderstorms. What started between Lancaster and Allentown, PA, moved over to New York City, and that water was deep and dumping.
Yeah, we had a lot of heavy rain there, real fast. It started afternoon. Actually, it was probably just before noontime. The thunder really started to roll, and we had some heavy rain there by 1-2 o'clock, and there was more that was coming in there 5-6 o'clock, and our local weather forecast was looking at us to be supposedly the rain itself, the heavy rain, all cleared out by 8-9 o'clock last night. So there's still some residual sprinkles around, but for the most part, roads are drying up. You know, wheel tracks are always pretty much good and dry. They're the major driving lanes, but watch for any washed debris. There's a lot of roads that have had water over them. There's debris washed off the sides. As I've told people in the past, there, Maryland does not believe in ditches, so a lot of roads are actually cut into the grade, and a lot of times the sides of the roads are higher than the roads themselves. So a lot of times when stuff like this happens and you get a wash across the road, it carries a lot of dirt, debris, rocks, everything across the road with it. So it doesn't take much. And with the amount of rain we've had now, ground's a little soft, and trees will just decide just to tip over and lay down and take a nap or something, because they end up in the highways. So be careful of that. And there's some of these oak trees that just decide to shed limbs, and a lot of times some of these bigger limbs will just drop off the tree. They're perfectly green, got nice green leaves, and
boom,
they just fall to the ground, Your Honor.
Yep.
So just kind of always be a little bit more aware, because it seems like it comes after some of these rainstorms that we've had like this. So other than that, yeah, what do we got here? 69 degrees, Your Honor. Oh, I guess that's a good temperature. You like 69 degrees, Your Honor?
That's a comfortable night. Yeah, we're at 66 outside the bunker now.
All right, well, we're at 69 there, and I thought the 69 was a good temperature, the 69. But anyways, we'll go on from that on Casual Friday, because Casual Friday don't mean drive naked, even though Pappy says to let it all hang out. What do you mean? What do you think of that? I don't know. Anyways, so you had this call last night there, and this guy called the inbred redneck.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's got a world-class #1 top 40 hit on his hands, and I think he can go all the way with it. Did you listen to his call? Did you hear him promoting that song he was talking about?
Yeah, I did, and I it's amazing what you can do with artificial intelligence these days, isn't it?
I'm just saying, he was on there saying, I can see for miles and miles. I think I can see for miles and miles. I think that would make a great hit song, don't you? I mean, if you go back and listen to his call, he was saying that through his call. I'm thinking he's writing a song like that. What do you think? You ever heard anything like that before?
Seems like I've heard a similar song somewhere down the line.
Possibly.
Yes.
I don't know. Just he better be careful of plagiarism, though, right? Anyway, were you saying something that we got a new brand of killer bees out here now? They're actually got radio. Are they going to be considered terroristic bees instead of just killer bees?
The radioactive bees in South Carolina, yeah.
Yeah. What happens when if you get stung by a radioactive? What happens when you get stung by a radioactive bee? Your Honor?
Much like Spider-Man, you become Super Bee.
There you go. Well, that'd be interesting, wouldn't it? We'll have to see how that works out there. Who's going to get to transport them, Your Honor?
Yep.
And are they going to get released? Are we going to have a release of the radioactive bees on the way to wherever they're headed to? This ought to be. We need to get updates on this, Your Honor. We need to know more about it. So anyways, here's one question I had for you. Back there, I guess it's been a couple years now, hasn't it, since that whole ordeal out there in East Palestine, Ohio? Isn't that been a couple years now?
Time flies, but yeah, and it's still dealing with that, trying to monitor people's health issues and all that.
I wouldn't be surprised if they're still hauling contaminated soil away from that. But anyways, the rail company that was involved, wasn't that the Norfolk Southern that was involved in that?
If memory serves, I think it was.
So the UP bought that disaster by buying Norfolk Southern. I mean, they bought that disaster. So anyways, I just thought that was kind of interesting there, that just kind of remembering that, and you just wonder what outcomes will be, with when you go and buy something, and then, as you say, you got the unintended consequences once in a while of things that are in the background there. But anyways, I don't know, not a whole lot more than that going on there. But must be Captain Ron didn't get the word there, mentioning that show there, and you're going to get that impostonator there calling in there by having that mentioned there. But
he mentioned hee-haw. I thought he was going to tell me Charlie Farquharson is the one that created the butt crack.
Yeah, I was afraid of that. You know, he's mentioning that. You know what's going to happen now. But anyways, they're you had to watch out for them folks there. They didn't know which way to put their overalls on. I don't know, man. Lighting the loafers, overalls backwards. What was going on that show, Your Honor? I'm just asking there. Of course, when you looked at the other side there, you know there was some good visual effects on that show there that for the younger generation of males to watch.
For that time, for that day and age, that era, yeah. Had some nice, from time to time, some very nice cleavage, right? Yeah, why else would a kid have had any interest in watching Hee-Haw? All right, Casual Friday. Everybody talking about the EPA's announcement, the greenhouse gas emissions, rolling everything back. And there obviously have been some misinterpretation, misunderstanding. Landline did a very in-depth breakdown this past day. And we had one of our friends who called in last evening saying, I guess that means we can all get rid of the DEF systems. We can use the delete availability and just delete all the emission stuff, right? No, the answer is no. Let me start. We had if you do a quick search, which I did this past month because I hadn't thought anything about the DEF going away. First, via the Google search, no, the EPA proposal does not eliminate diesel exhaust fluid requirements for trucks. The proposal focuses on rescinding greenhouse gas emission standards for vehicles, but DEF is primarily used to reduce nitrogen oxide, NOx emissions, not greenhouse gases. The EPA is instead reconsidering the Clean Trucks Plan, which includes rules aimed at reducing NOx emissions from heavy-duty vehicles. So the EPA proposal, rescinding the Obama-era greenhouse gas emission standards for light, medium, and heavy-duty trucks, rolling back aims to reduce the regulatory burden on the auto industry. DEF is the fluid used in selective catalytic reduction systems to convert harmful nitrogen oxides into harmless nitrogen and water, as we know. The EPA's current proposal primarily addresses greenhouse gas emissions, not NOx, which is what DEF is designed to mitigate. That was one search. Someone else had sent me, let me see here, in summary. No, the diesel exhaust fluid system on diesel trucks will not be going away, simply because a bill aims to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Now, this was actually, he referenced the Big Beautiful Bill. Now, the EPA proposal was totally separate from that. The Big Beautiful Bill, signed several weeks ago. The Big Beautiful Bill legislation, while aimed at impacting the environment, is described by some as being potentially detrimental to clean energy initiatives and may increase emissions from fossil fuels. DEF deletion, removing the DEF system, is illegal in many places. It violates emission regulations. Consequences include fines, potential vehicle impoundment, voiding manufacturer warranties. Despite efforts to reduce reliance on fossil fuels, experts anticipate the continued need for DEF in coming years. That is going to be the case. Separately, Kyle, who recently became a member of the board there at SEMA, the Special Equipment Market Association, dealing with racing and things of that nature. They actually issued an in-depth press release stating SEMA is excited by this announcement, but why? Now, they start going into what's happening. We've covered that. Why is it important? How did it all happen? Let me start here, with what is affected. If finalized, now that's an if. There's a public comment period going on. There's going to be lawsuits out the wazoo. But if finalized, this proposed rule will eliminate greenhouse gas standards for light, medium, and heavy-duty vehicles and heavy-duty engines on new vehicles. This will ensure that automakers are able to produce vehicles based on consumer demand rather than stay under the greenhouse gas limits defined by the EPA, which have significantly influenced the models of vehicles available to the American people since 2009. This policy shift will directly impact the range of new vehicle choices that exist in the coming years. Here, more importantly, what is not affected? The EPA's proposed rule will directly impact federal new car requirements, but does not allow vehicle owners to remove emissions control features from vehicles driven on the road. Accordingly, defeat devices remain illegal under Section 203 of the Clean Air Act and 40 CFR, blah, 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 the numbers. This has not changed. The EPA continues to maintain the authority to enforce against businesses that manufacture, offer for sale, sell, or install any parts or components that bypass or defeat emission controls for on-road vehicles. Similarly, any production, sale, distribution, or use of aftermarket products that take a street-use motor vehicle out of compliance with federal emission standards could still face action by the EPA and the Department of Justice. Now, they've actually got a frequently asked questions page there via the SEMA website. Now, it says, my friends say if I support this, I'm anti-environment. Is that true? Absolutely not. This proposed regulation is about supporting the free market and not handcuffing our nation's innovators. Vehicle choice is not anti-environment. It's about providing a foundation which automakers can build and sell cars that people want to drive. If the product is right, people will buy it, and this frees up the marketplace to follow the lead of consumers. In free market economy, options drive down prices, and consumer demand dictates production on behalf of manufacturers. That's great for families, small business, anyone else that relies on their vehicle day in and day out. All right, what can I do? First, they say, and this again is from SEMA, help combat misinformation, work with us to educate the public. This is complicated, slow government policy stuff. It is not instant. It is not black and white. And it can be pretty technical and boring at times. So please call out people when they misrepresent what's happening here on both sides. That means those in our community, if you see clickbait headline and use them as an excuse to break the law or encourage others to do so, like someone says, hey, you can eliminate your DEF system now. Yeah, those who oppose the industry are paying attention, and they keep receipts just like we do. Let's not give them any fuel for the fire that our opponents can use to fire up their supporters. Yeah. Second, and just as important, consider submitting a comment. There is an open comment period right now till, I believe, September 29. Your story and perspective are highly valued. Stay tuned for more details in the coming weeks on how to submit your own comments for consideration. All right. They say, well, I still have some questions. And SEMA says, well, we've got answers as well. All right, breaking it all down for you there. It's 844-844-3388. Casual Friday. Hey, is that the Scarecrow online? I believe it is. We'll get to you coming up. Let's get through the news break first because we're just a couple minutes away. Got a Friday, Casual Friday. We'll see what the Knucklebuster has going on, and we roll on down the line. Hey, a truck show that organizers say has a little something for everybody. Coming up this weekend, the annual Carlisle Truck Nationals. Tabbed as one of the largest, most action-packed truck events in the world, taking place today, Friday through Sunday. at the Carlisle Fairgrounds in Carlisle, PA. It is an event that brings your toy box to life, according to Garland. It's an automotive adventure, and it's a playground like no other. The truck show features a wide array of all types of trucks, big and small. Garland said that a record 2,878 trucks participated last year, and this year's event is on pace to break that record. There really is something for every truck enthusiast. When somebody says, what can be a part of the show, I say, well, as long as it's not a car, you're welcome. It could be a rat rod of sorts, as long as it's classified as more of a truck rather than car. It's welcome to be part of the show. So that's why you see Jeeps, SUVs, vans, pickup trucks of all sizes at the antique fire trucks, the big rigs and heavy equipment. So it's a gallery of everything that's truck. Of course, there will be plenty of big trucks on hand as well, including those competing in the Show and Shine event, which features 18 different classes of trucks. Garland said somewhere between 200 and 300 big trucks participated last year, and we're anticipating roughly the same number for this year's event. How about that? Daily admission to the show, $15. Full event passes, 3 days, available for $25. Veterans, save $750 on your lease deposit with TEL. Honor your service with a partner who supports you. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump's tariff deadline is set for tomorrow. Earlier this week, Trump refused to extend the deadline as he pushes for countries around the world to sign up for trade deals.
Deals so far have been agreed to with the European Union, the UK, Japan, and South Korea, among others. Deals haven't been reached with Canada and Mexico, with Trump saying it will be hard to reach a deal with Canada after its prime minister announced plans Wednesday to recognize a Palestinian state. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
$1 billion in security assistance is going to be heading to Ukraine.
The Senate Appropriations Committee advanced legislation in a 26-3 vote that will provide $800 million in security assistance for Ukraine and $225 million in security assistance for Baltic countries. The funds for Ukraine proved non-controversial as there's a bipartisan majority supporting Ukraine in the Congress. I'm Chris Coraggio.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, yes, indeed. First day of August. It's Tariff Friday once again. Who's going to go crazy? What happens on the markets? We've made some deals with some. Others have failed to negotiate in good faith. Our friends in Canada apparently trying to broker a deal that just... I think Carney is just hell-bent and determined they don't want any tariffs of any, zero. And Trump's pretty much said that ain't going to happen. So we'll give you the latest. What's going on with tariffs coming up here? Where do we stand? First, Casual Friday Morning Scarecrow.
Hey, Steve. A little bit of a flashback here. Days gone by, I frequently fell in right before or right behind horse feathers there.
There you did it.
Yeah, just we're reliving history here, man. Yesterday morning, I had a little remodeling project going on outdoors. I had the Bose speaker fired up and an overnight drive program from last night running through, and we're all well acquainted with the best day of the week and hump day and Taco Tuesday to a lesser note. But then you mentioned that towards the end of the program, we got Casual Friday coming up. Well, that struck a bell a little bit. Oh man, that's almost like Steve, sending out the bad signal.
Right?
That's screaming, Scarecrow, give him a call. You better check in. So yeah, I actually took a couple-hour nap earlier tonight and set the alarm for overnight drive. Well, here we are for the moment anyway. But yeah, I mentioned horse feathers, and I would talk. In the past, we would, after the overnight drive program, we'd pick up on the landline and shoot the breeze for the rest of the trip. And every once in a while, I would mention to my mom, yeah, talk about this horse feathers and this and that. And it was within her last few weeks, Steve, she had asked, how's that horse guy doing? She still remembered horse feathers and such. So regardless, anyway, doing a lot of the projects around the property these days that put off and such. Currently redoing our deck out in the back area of the house. It's been kind of a no man's land for about 3 years now, and I've run out of excuses for not dealing with this. Well, this morning, yesterday morning, I spent the good portion of the first couple hours trying to find my doggone tape measure. And Steve, anybody out there that any type of a fabricator, whether it's a woodworker or steel fabricator or such way, the rule of thumb is you never make a move without a tape measure in hand, either clipped to you or in your nail apron or such. Between that and something to mark with, pencil, scratch all or such. But I got out there yesterday morning, and sure would be nice to have a tape measure. And Steve, I had completely broken my rules of never making a move without that tape measure. Now, I have tape measures around this property, Steve, that do not move. I keep one at my miter saw in the shop. I keep one by the steel bandsaw outdoor out in the other area, and they never move. They're always there. And there's almost 3 or 4 others, 25, 35 foot, inch wide tapes scattered around, so they're always available, right? And 2 of them I even painted bright yellow so they'd be easy to spot. Well, I broke another rule yesterday morning. I went up and took the one from the miter saw just so I would have a tape. And the best part of the day went by until I finally ran into the missing tape from the previous day's work and whatnot. Yeah, I do remember laying it there where I had left it, prior. But so it's simple things like that they'll come back to haunt you forever. They just don't go away. But that deck project, it's a project. The bride, she's going to be happy when we're through with it and such. Steve, I got a question here for you. And now I know you have to be careful about how you answer this. There might be bugs placed in that secret bunker that improper ears would pick up on. But I'll ask you, Steve. There's times when you get in the four-wheeler and the princess is driving. Are you comfortable when she's at the helm? I know you got to be careful now.
How do you word that? Yeah, more often than not. But sometimes I almost feel like she's overly cautious. Which, if you ask her, is she comfortable with my driving? She would say, absolutely not.
Sure. Yeah, I'm careful not to say anything. I've learned through the years it's best to just sit back and, she's taken pointers from me, on and off, and so I don't say anything. I do remember a few years back when the speed limit was still 65. We're heading down to Milwaukee to see Junior when he was in school yet, and I look over. Well, here she's cruising along at 80, through Madison area, and I asked her if she knew how fast she was going, and just, oh goodness, and that's as far as that went. She really didn't she never did use cruise control way back then. But either way, flash forward to a few weeks back, we're leaving for the weekend. This is on Friday, and our particular highway that intersects with I-90, near near La Crosse Way, it's 3 lanes wide at this particular stretch, and the right lane is dedicated right turn lane for eastbound and westbound, I-90 off of Highway Wisconsin 53 southbound. Either way, she's in the center lane, which is a through lane, and I'm keeping my lips shut to figure, well, maybe she has something else she wants to do, another stop before we hit, hammer down on the eastbound side of I-90. Well, you're getting closer to the ramp lane. There's 2 campers up ahead of us in the right lane, and a white Chevy pickup behind them in the right lane. And Steve, the signal came on, it blinked twice, and over to the right she went. And the horn and the truck, that white pickup, I knew that pickup she wasn't even clear of that truck. He laid on the horn, and I said, what the hell was that? And she knew right then and there that, yeah, she had messed up big time. And when she said, I thought he could see me, I literally smacked my forehead and said, you got to be kidding me. This is stuff you see this on YouTube. This is not reality. What in the world? And not one more word was said about it. She more normally would have snapped back with something, comment to get under my skin or such, but nothing more was said. She knew that, she had not behaved proper at that moment. That's the best way to put it there. But don't know. Anyway, that was questions. I've never been fully comfortable riding as a passenger with anyone. I far prefer to be behind the steering wheel, but that's not a necessity. There's times where she has been doing the driving the last several months here and such, but that's about to come to an end here in a few days. But moving on beyond that, man, we everything is proper as it should be. The kids are all settled back into California and such. We kind of getting ready for the auction up our way down. Mom's estate we're working with that, and which works out well on my end. And I have a little more spare time these days, obviously, than pre-retirement years and such. But and we will have a live auction as we grew up with through the years. But auctions have so changed through the years with all these online auctions, and a lot of them are more than glorified rummage sales is what they've become and such. But the auctioneer, he's really raised my eyebrows to what people are interested in these days. Things that maybe if you attended auctions, in years past, and a lot of your listeners and such, things that you grew up with, maybe had an appreciation for, and what were sought after are no longer of interest at all. He said in particular, furniture is next to impossible to move, in that the younger set today, they insist on brand new furniture, and when they're done with it, they throw it away. There's no demand for it. And my bride had figured, well, with the school, the colleges, students will be looking to equip their dorms in the near future. The auctioneer said, no, they don't come to auctions at all. They want the new stuff too. That come moving day, where the parents show up with moving trucks, and out comes the new furniture, and even these second-hand stores that will come out and pick your furniture up, quality stuff. He said they don't want it anymore either, because they're actually having to start to pay for storage, that they have so much to deal with that they just don't have people coming in for it. And so yeah, it's an interesting thought process and such. Interesting though, I'm glad we did a walkthrough a couple of days back. There was things that we were going to throw away from the kitchen, that this old plastic Merrimack or whatever, he had names for it, but what I was going to throw in the garbage that afternoon, he said, well, that's a $30 bowl right there. And so it's interesting that one has to be careful, but yeah, the family heirlooms, unless your immediate family is interested, there's probably not the demand for them that there used to be. But he did say, if you have leader items like firearms will always be a hot item. So we're going to work in that direction a little bit and such. And like usually happens here, I had a couple of things written down here, but one more. One of the auction things, if you remember, about a year back, I was kind of helping the inbred redneck out with his campaigning and such for the presidency. Well, the official parade vehicle, that being my old Schwinn Panther, I think that may be going on the auction block too, such. So that'll be a little piece of history right there,
right
on the block. And yes, sir. I guess, given the casualness, well, I guess I look at it on the serious side of life here, way. Every once in a while, you'll see it in the landline. It comes up pretty regular, the truck parking issue and whatnot.
Yes.
And I've maintained, and I'm sure others too recognize this, that the FMCA is directly related, and you'll note I left out S as usual, because in my book they've never had anything to do with safety. The whole the 14-hour rule, the clock and whatnot. Prior to that, now the drivers out there that are on the road and have to find a place to bunk every night, maybe they'll contest this, but I don't remember parking being a significant issue before the hours of service thing all change when you could do the split sleeper berths 24 hours a day if you want. It seemed like drivers were able to find a sleep time frame that worked for them, and they got the job done. Where now, well, it goes without saying, the whole majority of drivers have to go work with the clock, and so they flood the parking areas, what's available, but nobody seems to want to fess up to the fact that it's the FMCSA that has direct tie with this issue. They don't want to admit that, okay, we've messed up big time here. It's finger pointing in the other directions and such. Oh man! Other than that, Steve, yeah, life is going on this end. We're think about you guys pretty regular and all, but no, it is what it is, and it's probably worked out. The early retirement, I mentioned before, I was able to escort and be with the bride and her treatments out of Rochester, and now with Mom's passing, there's been a lot of extra work excuse me, extra work involved around here and such way. And the toughest part is there's actually a little bit of guilt on my part, Steve, when I stand there in the living room window each morning watching the bride go down the driveway, heading off to work, and meanwhile I'll head out to fill up my coffee cup again
and just be a lazy
carry
bum.
on. Yeah.
Just relax, right? Well, I appreciate the update there, Scarecrow. It's been a while, been a little over a month since we heard from him, but living the retired life, right? Back into.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call TEL now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right, just came across a post from Carl this past day. He said, I just found my CVSA out-of-service criteria book from 12 years ago. Yeah, and couldn't help but find this interesting. 2013 would have still been before the commies nullified the out-of-service standards for commercial drivers to communicate in English. Little did we know back then that it would take Donald Trump's administration in 2025 to reactivate the rule and shed some light on the train wreck of an issue that this has created for the industry. Interesting. And he actually had the photograph of his standard American out-of-service guidebook there. Now, the question we all had leading up to this was, now that it is re-implemented, will the FMCSA and enforcement agencies actually act on it? Will they enforce the rule? Well, we got our first hard numbers this past day, apparently. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy reports that hundreds of truck drivers have been ordered off the road for failing to demonstrate the English language proficiency. July 30, Duffy took to social media in his role as the head of the Department of Transportation to report on enforcement of federal language requirements for commercial vehicle drivers, stating, quote, "Since I took action to enforce language proficiency requirements for truckers, our state partners have put roughly 1,500 unqualified drivers out of service. Now that's what I call results," he said. "If you cannot read or speak our national language, English, we won't let you truck your truck endanger the driving public. So this just over a month after the non-compliance with existing regulations requirement for the English language proficiency went into effect on June the 25th. Of course, we know what that broke down. In order to avoid an out-of-service order, truck drivers taking part in traffic stops or inspections must have the ability to read and speak the English language and understand the road signs. But in just 1 month's time, roughly 1,500, that sounds to me like they're actually enforcing that. So if the trend continues, we may see thousands of drivers being removed from the roadways. All right, we're coming up on news break here. I'm sorry, Knuckle Buster, we'll get to you right out of the break here. North Dakota drivers, you are a matter of hours away. Well, I guess technically at the midnight hour, it's underway from being able to put the pedal a little bit further to the metal. How fast can you go? Yeah, we'll break that down in the next hour coming up as well. Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. You can learn more by visiting tel360.com.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Blue Sheep at 347, go around, climb, maintain 3,000, fly 3,000, heading, go around, 3,000, Blue Streak 5347. American 3130, contact approach, no, shoot, standby.
Crash, this is alert 3, crash, this is alert 3.
Transportation officials say the Army helicopter that collided with an American Airlines jet in January had a faulty altimeter.
During a Wednesday hearing into the crash near Washington's Reagan National Airport, the NTSB said the barometric altimeter gave the helicopter crew incorrect data. This information caused the Army crew to fly higher than they intended. 67 people were killed in the January 29th crash. The hearing's scheduled to last 3 days. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The Department of Justice is continuing to go after diversity, equity, and inclusion practices.
According to a DOJ memo issued Tuesday, Attorney General Pam Bondi is prepared to restrict funds to entities that use DEI practices, which is likely to impact universities and K-12 schools. Bondi wrote in the memo, entities receiving federal funds, like all other entities subject to federal anti-discrimination laws, must ensure that their programs and activities comply with federal law. I'm Brian Shook.
Her Hershey is preparing to pay over $100 million in tariffs.
During its quarterly financial report on Wednesday, the Hershey Company said it expects tariffs to cost between $170 and $180 million this year. The announcement comes just over a week after Hershey announced plans to raise prices on chocolate. However, the company blamed the price hike on the increasing cost of ingredients instead of tariffs or trade policies. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 330 points, the S&P 500 dropped 23 points, and the Nasdaq fell by 7 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is...
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people love Medishare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Some 60% of liver cancer cases could be prevented by losing weight, cutting down on alcohol, and getting a hepatitis vaccine.
That's according to new guidelines from the Lancet Commission, which predicts policymakers could help reduce liver cancer 2 to 5% each year through 2050. Liver cancer is the 6th most common cancer in the world and the 3rd leading cause of cancer death. Without these changes, the number of new cases is expected to double to 1.5 million in 2050. I'm Michael Kastner.
Southern Nevada continues to see fewer tourists.
The Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority says visitation fell for the 6th straight month in June. 3.1 million people visited Southern Nevada in June. It was an 11.3% decline compared to June of 2024. It was also the first double-digit percentage decline seen in a month since February of 2021, which was during the pandemic. I'm Daniel Martindale.
If you're looking to add years to your life, new research says it can be achieved in minutes a day.
A study by Vanderbilt University Medical Center says brisk walking for 15 minutes a day has been linked to a 20% reduction in death from any cause. The study says speed matters more than duration. Scientists tracked nearly 85,000 Americans for nearly 2 decades with a focus on low-income black adults across 12 southern states, and the results were the same, regardless of starting health status. I'm Bree Tennis.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Friday as we get another hour underway. A Friday. Yes, indeed. Looking forward to the weekend. And yes, first day of August. Time flying by. I remember very well as a youngster. Remember the President's National Physical Fitness Assessment, as they called it? Yeah, boy. It was, I don't know, we scrapped it here like back in 2013 under the Obama administration. Can't help but chuckle. Yeah, Adam said, today's kids have no idea what's about to hit them. Yeah, some random gym class this upcoming school year and going forward. Yeah, it's because, yes, President Trump signing an executive order reinstating the National Fitness Assessment, yeah, which they called the President's National Fitness Test when I was a kid. I mean, this was in public schools from 1956, again up to 2013. You know, all I know is today's kids don't do a lot of physical activity with way too many couch potatoes and video gamers spending all their time sitting on their duff. Yeah, this is going to be a rude awakening. As I said, I remember well, though. Yeah, I took pride in being able to pass the president's physical fitness test. Yeah, you had to do a certain number of sit-ups, and it was all in a matter of, it's all timed. Pull-ups, push-ups. We did the standing long jump. I wasn't real good at that. The 1 mile run. Yeah, that's a lot of physical activity, and it was difficult. It was hard to pass, but get those kids active, I guess is what he's saying. All right, Knuckle Buster, what's happening? Happy Friday.
Good morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Welcome to the greatest day of the week.
Yes.
We're all headed to the house, right? Absolutely, though. Well, back in the day, I could run 3 miles in about 19 minutes, but I don't think I could do that nowadays. I'm a little bit older than what I was when I was on the Marine Corps.
I don't know that I could get
20 pull-ups.
I don't think I could run 3/4 or a half a mile in this day and age.
I can walk to the mailbox and back. I don't get that much for them.
Yep.
Anyway, back in the day, I could do it all, but I can't do it nowadays. So,
you had
to get to work on my grandbabies there.
You had to do a lot to be able to be called a Marine. I know the physical fitness standards for that were pretty stringent, weren't they?
Yeah, you had to run 3 miles in 21 minutes. They do at least 20 pull-ups. I forgot what the minimum was. Sit up, same thing, but they'd wake you up 5 a.m. every morning. That's the first thing you do. Throw your shorts on and go out there and exercise. So that was before you ever even got breakfast. So, I seen a weird thing last night, Steve, on my way down there to Texas, down to Dallas. Coon Dog Cemetery. I was like, I reckon that's where they bury all their coon dogs out there.
Huh.
Yeah, it was down there by Coon Beach, Cumby, Texas. I think that's where I was at when I went to bed last night. So, they tried to make me a daytime truck driver for about 3 days this week, and I finally told them, I said, enough of that garbage. I like riding around in the dark, watching them girls ride by wearing nothing but a smile, right?
Right.
Yeah. It's been a good week. Talk about your wife don't like your driving habits. Tennessee, she chauffeured me around all over the place there on the weekends there. Of course, time I put 3,500 miles in every week, I wasn't wanting to drive anywhere. So, and back when we first got married, we used to argue over who was driving. So, when I became a truck driver, I just told her, you can drive all the time now. I won't care. But anyway, I'm wore out for the week. I'm ready to get to the house there.
You done a few miles, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I went all the way down to Miami, Florida, and back up to Tuscumbia, Alabama, then to Jackson, Tennessee, and then back to Memphis. And I didn't even go to the house, so there wasn't nobody there to be waiting on me anyway. So I just went on down there to Roanoke, Texas, down to Arlington, Texas, and I'm sitting over here in Arkadelphia, Arkansas right now, headed back to Memphis. I don't know how many miles that is. It's a cool 77 degrees right now, Steve. That's nice weather there.
We're down to 64 outside the bunker here tonight. It's definitely cool out there.
Yeah, that ain't too bad. It ain't, thank God it ain't 20 degrees outside, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, but y'all better get ready for get some anti-jail stocked up because winters are coming. We already at August there, so middle of September we'll be in fall. So y'all make sure you call Steve at 844-844-3388. And if you don't, I'm gonna turn you over my knee and spank you like a red-headed stepchild. Just for women only. So
yep.
All right, Steve. We'll keep listening, and I'll call in that loneliest hour because I'll have to be up till about 5 my time. So that'll be 6 yours.
We'll be here rolling into a Friday. Thank you very much. Safe travels there, Knucklebuster. Hey, I mentioned North Dakota. With the passing of the midnight hour, able to put the pedal a little further to the metal. At the midnight hour here, August 1, the speed limit on the interstate in most areas of North Dakota increasing from 75 to 80 miles per hour. Now, in some places, drivers will have to hit the brakes and slow down. The state will not start changing the 75 mile per hour signs to 80 mile per hour signs until next Monday. A process, they say, that will take a few weeks. In the meantime, you will be permitted to go 80 miles per hour. Even though the speed limit is going up, that does not mean we're giving any extra tolerance above what goes above that speed, according to the Highway Patrol. In fact, troopers were informed that the normal 5 miles per hour over the limit leeway will now be 2. Tightening up our enforcement is something we're probably going to do to make sure we don't allow things like 85 and 86 to become the new normal. This increase applies to rural stretches of interstates across North Dakota. However, some sections will actually see a decrease. The speed limit will drop to 70 through Grand Forks, Valley City, Jamestown, Dickinson, and the curves through the Badlands. The DOT has determined, that's an area where we don't want vehicles doing 80 miles per hour. Again, just because you have more vehicles entering and exiting, and as you're entering and exiting from ramps, there are more points of conflict, and we just don't want that to happen at that higher speed of 80 miles per hour. But again, supposedly the tolerance, you can do 80, maybe 82, that's about it. So don't be thinking 80 now means 85, is I guess the message that we're trying to pass. 844-844-3388. Rolling into a Friday.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Rolling into a brand new day. Good to have you with us. All right, Eagle got you coming up here just ahead. Senor Heatwave will be joining us. And there's Pappy. Happy Friday.
Good morning, Steve.
Oh, that's not Pappy. That's Plowboy. Hello, Plowboy.
Oh, go to Pappy then. Oh, good morning. Are you trying to tell us that you had a hard problem getting your physical fitness patch from President?
I think I actually, back in the day, I was pretty good. I was proud of it.
Oh, yeah. I had to ask because I had 4 of them. Yeah. Yeah, you were right. They were a little bit hard to get, and seemed like every year they try to make the damn things harder. And
yeah. And you'd actually, I mean, if you passed everything, you'd actually get the president's physical fitness certificate.
Yep.
Yeah.
I had 3 of them. So it was little out of 4. I think the 3rd one was the hardest. But like you said, Pappy's coming up. I've been hearing that some of these law enforcement agencies they're even starting to go back to it now with the best president in history back in the White House. A lot of these agencies are pushing maybe a 2-mile run in order to be able to keep their law enforcement licenses.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, that's sure going to cut down on the sale at the Krispy Kreme. That's for damn sure. Because Krispy Kreme, that used to be the best place to go find a cop at. But no, it's what's the wind chill over in Cincinnati? Oh, did I say that already?
Wind chill? Yeah, right.
We got a north breeze up here in Kansas City that if you are not away from out of the wind, is not feeling too bad, put it that way. It's not time to grab a jacket or anything, but sure beats it the other night when it was 85 degrees out here at 1 o'clock in the damn morning. But yeah, I've got a problem with what you were saying here a bit ago 5 more mile an hour in North Dakota. What's that going to do to all these trucks that are the plasticated, unchromed Peterbilts out there? That's just going to make it more of a potential to be rear-ended. And, is the blame going to lie where it should be? Oh, no, hell, he didn't have the underride guard. And you damn near already hear it coming. But every darn time, I wish it'd be damn near free range. I wish we could almost drive like they do in Germany. Autobahn style in the middle of no damn where. But when you got Soccer Mom and Dum Dum and all them, they go up 5 more miles an hour. Actually, it's making us, the ATA trucks, more and more dangerous every day. But I'm just glad I'm not going through there. I wish the hell it had been there a long time ago at even levels, because I had to do it. I came up out of that toll road up out of Texas one evening, and that was a hell of a lot less time consuming and a hell of a lot less idiots. But I don't know. How many countries are going to go ahead and side with them damn Palestinians, Steve? What, we got 2, 3 adding to the pile?
Yeah, Canada's one of them, so.
When is that knothead country going to grow up and figure out that's not the side to be on? I was just singing here a little earlier this morning. Some damn bastard over in there wrote some Yiddish, whatever you want to call, songs, and hell, it had nothing to say about it had nothing to say about October the 7th. Everything was against Israel, calling them the evil doers. That crap is going to go hog wild with a new wannabe generation of Israel haters. I'm sorry, them Israel haters can go straight to hell and take that damn wannabe Democrat, wannabe mayor up there in New York City along with them, because that's the wrong side to be on. But yeah, I'll try not to be too serious on Friday morning. But Steve, did you ever complain about your princess driving when she was driving you on a beer run? Just the question I had to ask.
I probably didn't.
Yeah, have a good morning. Good
All right. More likely than not, I'd say, come on, pick it up. Get me home. Get me home. 24 past the hour. All right, there you see. Click the right button there. Hello, Pappy.
2 miles an hour over the speed limit. Holy moly, Steve. You know what I give? Or used to give? 15.
Really?
Absolutely, yes, sir. That's pretty much the standard with our department. 15 over, you'll get stopped. So if the speed limit's 65 out on the highway, you keep it under 80, you're pretty much good with us.
Wow. So now if they gave it 80, that would be like saying you're going to give them 95.
Well, I was just going to say, if they moved that speed limit up to 80, I would probably say 87.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? 'Cause, I mean, think about it, Steve. You know if you're going 15 miles an hour over the speed limit. There's no, well, officer, geez, I didn't realize, I mean, 2 miles an hour over the speed limit. Come on, man. I mean, that's a little crazy if you ask me. But I would say 87. You're looking at that speedometer, once you start approaching 85, you know what I mean? Yeah, I need to back it down a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, we did have a physical fitness with the sheriff's office up until just a few years ago. Yes, sir. Fortunately, they gave you credit for your age, so to speak.
Right.
It was like on a point. It was on a point system, right? So if you're 55 years old, dude, Steve, I could knock out 50 push-ups, man. You know, I could damn near get all my points just on the push-ups. You had push-ups, sit-ups when you had to do a 1.5 mile run. Then back in the day, we had an obstacle course you had to go through. But real quick, now I'll let you go. Did you do any research on this impeachment of Obama, even though he's out of office? Did you get my email?
I did. I saw that, and I think I might have actually printed something up here myself in regards to that, saying that it's a possibility.
Well, there you go. We come back from break. You can fill us all in because listeners, check this out. Attorneys are saying that Obama could be impeached, relieved of his presidential title, and if he loses that, guess what? He has no immunity anymore. So we'll sit back and listen to what Steve has to say here at the end of the break. So, all right, Steve, everybody have a safe weekend. Hammer down. I'm off the weekend, and 2.5 hours, I'll be at the home 20. Got Friday, Saturday, Sunday off.
There you go. All right. So it was a short work week nonetheless for you anyway.
Yes, sir. Weather's supposed to be just peachy, too. So.
Yeah.
All right. Everybody be safe. Hammer down. Appreciate it, Steve.
All right. Thank you much, Pappy. Have a good weekend. All right. So around the country, 844-844-3388. Yeah. Speaking of our friends north of the border, in the liberal-run Canada, yeah, the wrong kind of mischief can get you a decade in prison. This is an update on, we all recall, the protest that had taken place there involving the truckers, the Freedom Convoy. How much time are some of them facing? First, get behind the wheel of a new truck with TEL's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Countries have until tomorrow to reach trade deals with President Trump.
Earlier this week, Trump refused to extend the deadline as he pushes for countries around the world to agree to trade deals. Deals so far have been agreed to with the European Union, the UK, Japan, and South Korea. On Wednesday, Trump announced a 25% tariff against India with a penalty due to what he said was them buying military equipment and energy from Russia. Deals haven't been reached with Canada and Mexico, with Trump saying it will be hard to reach a deal with Canada after its prime minister announced plans to reorganize a Palestinian state. I'm Monica Nelson.
The Federal Reserve is leaving interest rates unchanged.
It comes as President Trump has publicly pressured Fed Chair Jerome Powell to lower rates. Shortly before the Fed announced its decision, Trump said he heard Powell will cut interest rates at their next meeting.
I hear they're going to do it in September. For what reason? Nobody knows.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical, we've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, back at it here. Good to have you on board on a Friday, first day of August coming on. All right, I apologize, Pappy. I did not actually have something printed up here. What I got was I got your email, and I did forward that to Vic, hoping he might be able to do some research. I didn't have Grump's email. I was going to forward it to him as well. But everything that I was able to come up with, it makes it sound like it's they talked about it with Trump, right? I mean, they took you back to some of the archives from 2021. Can President Trump be impeached after he leaves office? At the time, they said it was kind of an open question, an unsettled legal question. So I guess technically there may be there's some ongoing debate about that. They said right now, while political discussions and calls for impeachment may arise, the formal process as defined by the Constitution and legal precedent does not apply to former presidents. That's what I could come up with. What I did have printed here was the latest from the FBI Director Kash Patel. revealing that he found piles of sensitive documents in regards to the Trump-Russia probe buried in burn bags, as he put it, in a secret room hidden in the Bureau's headquarters. Sources close to Patel said the FBI uses a burn bag system to destroy sensitive documents designated classified or higher. Multiple bags with thousands of documents were reportedly found in the secret room used by former Director James Comey and his agents for the Crossfire hurricane probe. Patel also reportedly found the classified annex to former special counsel John Durham's final report, which included the underlying intelligence that he reviewed. And I think, actually, Grassley revealed that this past day. The declassified annex was transmitted to Grassley, and he put that out yesterday. Now, a source familiar with the contents of the annex said that while it may not have been exactly clear in the moment what the intelligence collections meant, with the benefit of hindsight, it predicted the FBI's next move with alarming specificity. The classified annex will lend more credibility to the assertion that there was a coordinated plan inside the government to help the Clinton campaign stir up controversy connecting Trump to Russia. Mere days after the intelligence was collected, the FBI launched Crossfire Hurricane. It's really hard to see how Brennan, Clapper, Comey are going to be able to explain that away. Now, the so-called secret room corresponds with statements Patel made to Joe Rogan last month, or actually in June, during which he mentioned the discovery of a room full of documents and hard drives that no one supposedly had ever seen or heard of. At the time, he said, just think about this. Me, as director of the FBI, the former Russiagate guy, when I first got to the Bureau, found a room that Comey and others hid from the world in the Hoover building, full of documents and computer hard drives that no one had seen or heard of, locked the key, hid access, and said, no one's ever going to find this. All right, so there you go. All right, see what Eagle has on his mind here, a Friday morning. What's happening, Eagle? Any big plans for the weekend?
Yeah, no, not this week. I'm staying on the road this week. I gotta, try to get back home next week, maybe. Yeah, at least the football season got started. I didn't get a chance to watch the game. Not really an important game, but NFL played the first game of the year tonight, Hall of Fame game. Detroit and I forgot who the other club was, but I'm not sure who even won. But I don't really watch preseason action that much. Because it's mainly the backup players. I might watch the last game, third or fourth game they play. That's usually when the starters get in before the regular season start on usually September 1st or something like that. We still got a month. We still got about 30 days to go before the real season starts. So, these games don't really mean nothing, these preseason games. So it's not really no big deal right now. You still got plenty of time. Before college football starts at the end of the month, usually the first couple of games in the college year is kind of like pro football nowadays. They don't play nobody. They schedule the weakest team they can get for the first game of the year so they can blow them out. Usually real football usually don't start until like about the second week of September is when, they start really playing some good teams, good competition. So we still got a ways to go, but at least you got something to look at on TV now,
Right.
At least they got a couple of ball games on TV. Yeah, but like I said, I didn't get a chance to watch it. I had to drive last night. Wasn't too happy about that, so I had to sleep a little bit during the daytime. But I'm back on the regular schedule now, so
I don't
have to get up into the morning.
You're going to try to catch the Reds and the Braves there at Bristol. Any interest in that one this weekend?
I don't know. Like I say, I'm driving this weekend, but I might be able to watch it. Try to catch it if I stop through a truck stop or something. Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I haven't had a chance to. What day is that on? Saturday or Sunday?
Saturday. Saturday game. Yeah, they're at Bristol Speedway.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I might try to catch it. I might see if I can catch the end of the ball game or something. I might be able to see if I can catch that because I've never been to. Well, I've been to Bristol before driving the truck, but I ain't never been to the stadium before. But yeah, I like to check that out. So yeah, I might watch it on the TV this weekend. Like I said, they got a few things going on this weekend, but staying pretty busy, truck driving right now. I'm one of the few it look like because it's definitely slowing down, Steve. I told you that last night. I'm seeing way too many trucks in the truck stop in the middle of the day. You shouldn't have a full house. You should be able to find a parking space in the daytime. You can't even find a parking space at some of these truck stops, and that's a bad sign when trucks are not moving. They're just sitting in a truck stop at 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So I think freight is slowing down. My company, we haul a lot of auto parts and truck parts and stuff like that. So that might be why we still moving. But a lot of the people not moving like they should. So I don't know what's going on. With that other company going out of business down there in Florida last week. Got more people in the unemployment line. And like I told you before, Steve, a lot of times, man, when I got into truck driving a long time ago, I thought truck driving was a layoff-free job. I always thought you would have to worry about losing your job driving a damn truck. And now you got that situation with truck drivers losing company going out of business and stranding people on the road like they used to do in the old days. They turn off your fuel card and tell you to drive the damn truck until it run out of fuel.
Right.
They wouldn't even give you a bus ticket back home. You couldn't even get a damn Greyhound. And lucky if you got your last paycheck, like they did, Aero Trucking and what was that one? Celadon people. Those people totally got screwed. So, that's not the way to do business. Unfortunately, these companies, they don't give you no warning, Steve. That's the thing I hate about it in the truck driving deal. A lot of these companies, they don't notify the drivers when they go get ready to close their doors. They just shut the damn doors. But, it looked like Carroll, it looked like Fulmer, it looked like they did it the right way. I don't think they stranded their drivers. I think they notified them that they got, to bring the trucks back and give them plenty of time to get everything working. At least they didn't turn the lights out, while the people, without them being notified. That's the best way. That's the best way to handle business. If you're going out of business, don't try to hide it from your employees, Let people know what's going on and, don't strand people out on the road. That's not the right way to do business. Give everybody an opportunity to return the trucks and get their last paycheck and move on to another job. That's the way to handle it, but some people don't seem to feel that way. Now, moving on to some other situations, Steve, and with Donald Trump and the tariffs that he got going on. I don't know, a lot of people saying that we're going to start feeling some of these tariffs in the next couple of weeks. They already talking about Walmart and some of these other stores are already raising up their prices because of what the things are going to go up. So that's not a good deal. And they still have, from what I'm understanding, they still got a couple of deals that's not going through. With China and a couple of Mexico, they ain't got no deal with them yet. So he still got some work to do. But August the 1st, which is today, is when some of these things supposed to take effect. So we'll see what happens in the next couple of weeks. hopefully it don't get too bad, because food price. We talked about this a couple of months ago, Steve. The price of food, man, at these fast food places. That's the bad thing about being truck drivers. We have to go to these places, and it's ridiculous, man. I never thought I would see the day when you pay $20 for a hamburger and fries and a drink, and you give them a $20 bill and you don't even get no change back. You might get $1 back if you're lucky. Yeah, a $20 bill is gone. I remember when I started driving trucks back in the 90s, Steve, you could get a meal for $5. You could go to Burger King or McDonald's and get and that's when they had real meat. I don't know what kind of meat this stuff is they got now, but it's really sad. But you could eat meal for less than $5 to $6 and walk out full. And the sad part about these deals now, Steve, is that you spend $20 and you still hungry. The hamburger patty is not even. It's just McDonald's. They ought to be ashamed of themselves.
Nothing there. I've shared before over the years. I don't know, my aging myself. That I could take $1. I had $1, and I'd ride my bike up to the Mickey D's that was about a mile from our house, and I could get a cheeseburger, a small fry, and a vanilla shake for that $1. It was like 98 cents or something like that. $1. Now, of course, that's not a big meal, but I was a kid. I was fully satisfied. Cheeseburger, fries, and a milkshake. I loved the milkshake thing. It seems like the damn milkshake machine actually worked most of the time back then. I don't know what. All right, real quick, let me get more on the tariffs we got coming up. Bristol, of course, the historic night of baseball under the lights. Just days away now. And for those that are going to be heading that direction, I know some of our listening friends are on their way there. If you've been coming to the Speedway for years, or if this is your first time, there are some things you need to know, they say. Some of the policies are going to be different from what would be a normal race weekend at Bristol. First and foremost is coolers. Coolers that are usually allowed at Bristol are prohibited for the Speedway Classic. He said, I know a few people might be upset, but the policy will be back for the races. Just think of this as a Major League Baseball park on Saturday night. That's standard policy for Major League Baseball. Now, he said the bag policy will be the same. You'll need to have a clear bag. It cannot be larger than 12 inches by 12 inches. The fan zone will open at noon Saturday to kick off the festivities, but you will need your ticket to get into the fan zone, regardless of your age. That's a really important one. We want to remind everyone, have your tickets ready, download your tickets before you get on the property. The Chamber of Commerce said that there will be plenty to do before and after the game. If you're not attending, we want people to come here to have the weekend of their dreams, though. Come see Bristol if you've never been here before, and enjoy the hospitality we've known for years. We are really exceptional at welcoming folks and offering things to people that maybe they didn't expect to find when they came here. Now, he also says that the Speedway is honored to host the first Major League Baseball game in Tennessee. There's so many people from, we've got all 50 states. We've got 9 foreign countries coming this weekend. We hope everybody has a blast and sees a celebration of not only baseball, but for this region in the state of Tennessee. It's fantastic. I think people will be wowed when they walk into the stadium and see the baseball field for the first time. Parking lots open at 11 a.m. Saturday. We're hoping is everyone will be in their seats when the Tim McGraw and Pitbull concerts start at 6 p.m. So there you go. Big concerts, lots of the fan zone, supposedly all kinds of stuff to do. It should be a good time for folks. Back into.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with SpeedMax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's SpeedMax. SpeedMax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right, there you go. The Senior Heat Wave on a Friday. What's happening?
Oh, good morning, Senor. Oh, nothing much. Just right in the middle of Amarillo, Texas. Riding this Route 66 until I get to 287. And then we're heading on down to Dallas. I know I can hear Gilligan in the background singing Amarillo by morning.
Yes, sir.
Anyways. Oh, yeah. Every time I mention a community, he's always got a song for it. El Paso, in the West Texas town of El Paso. And then I mentioned something about Tucson or San Antonio or Phoenix. I think you get the drift. So, well, I can't believe it's already next month this month.
Yeah, right?
And last month, we were talking about this month. Ain't that something? That's kind of like a Warner Brothers cartoon parody with Bugs Bunny, Daffy, and Porky Pig, you know? And, oh, I swear. It's crazy. And then took over at Tucumcari and just heading on down to Dallas. Yeah, this alleged controversy about this commercial, I've yet to see the commercial, although they've been playing it quite often. Can't see it on the radio. But apparently that must be a good-looking woman with blonde hair, blue eyes, and fair skin. Is that a good assessment of what's going on here? Eagle genes?
I was going to say, well, yeah. I mean, she's a very pretty girl. She's ample bosom, if you know what I mean.
Well, you know, and then they're saying, oh, well, they're talking about Nazism. Well, I don't think that comes close. I mean, they're griping, saying, well, you know, there's black women and there's brown women, and it's like, yeah, you know, Selma Hayek would probably look good in jeans of that nature with the junk in her trunk. I mean, I imagine that looks pretty nice and round. And Halle Berry, I'm sure she looks good in jeans too, you know.
Sure.
But they forget to mention. Beyonce was wearing, she either had her hair dyed or she was wearing a wig, and she was wearing nothing but blue jeans and blue jean top for her thing. I guess she promoted something for Wrangler earlier this year when she was in her cowgirl stage. Didn't hear a whole lot of fuss from anybody over that, especially from the left. I mean, blonde hair on a black woman, and that considered a cultural appropriation? I don't know. It sounds silly to me, but, you know, the ones that scream Nazi the most, accusing people of being Nazis the most, are these democratic socialists. And, oh, by the way, what was a democrat socialist in Germany called at the time? Nazi. So, you know, it's true. History repeats itself, especially if you don't understand or know what your history is, especially if you don't understand what history is. So I think these people are the biggest bunch of damn hypocrites out there, and of course you can't tell them that. You just ask them, they'll tell you they're right. So, but other than that, not a whole lot happening. I noticed we got some storms up north of us. Been following us since, I guess, Albuquerque, but no, that's all I really wanted to say about that.
You had some flooding rains out there in New Mexico earlier this evening. Yeah, about this time we kicked off the show, flash flood warnings.
Yeah, Ruidoso they're really getting hit hard. I mean, Ruidoso is at the base of a bunch of the mountain ranges, which here about 2 years ago, or last year, whenever it was, had that big damn fire. And every time they recover and build up, then all of a sudden Mother Nature comes down and slaps them hard. Roswell, New Mexico, they're in a flat area, but I mean they're getting hit with major flooding. And I tell you what, with all the rain that's been coming down, it's going to be an interesting winter to say the least.
And this is all part of it's part of the annual monsoon season, right? But it doesn't take much rain there to cause flooding. Quickly operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Customs and tariff revenues have already totaled more than $150 billion since President Trump took office.
The White House says a lot of countries are reaching out ahead of tomorrow's tariff deadline. That's when a new round of tariffs is set to take effect after President Trump refused to extend the August 1st deadline for countries to sign trade deals with the U.S.
President Trump is restoring America's economic sovereignty by reducing our reliance on foreign countries, boosting investment in the U.S. to the tune of trillions billions of dollars and creating hundreds of thousands of high-paying jobs.
Spokesperson Caroline Leavitt says the White House is prioritizing talks with its key trade allies. Several new deals have been announced, but there are no agreements so far with Canada and Mexico. Canada is the latest nation with plans to recognize a Palestinian state.
Prime Minister Mark Carney said that Canada condemns the fact that the Israeli government has allowed a catastrophe to unfold in Gaza and will recognize a Palestinian state in September during a meeting of the UN. Carney said the move was subject to reforms by the Palestinian Authority, including elections next year in which Hamas can play no part. Last week, both France and Britain said they will recognize a Palestinian state as outrage grows over the humanitarian crisis in the Gaza Strip. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Over 100 JCPenney stores are being sold to a private equity firm for more than $900 million.
The deal with Onyx consists of 119 stores, including more than 20 in Texas, and comes 5 years after the once popular department store declared bankruptcy. Onyx will pay $947 million, and the deal is scheduled to close in September. All 119 JCPenney stores remain open, and it's unclear what's planned for them. I'm at Mattinson.
Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 330 points, the S&P 500 dropped 23 points, and the Nasdaq fell by 7 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Aftershocks are rattling the northern Pacific following one of the strongest earthquakes ever recorded.
Wednesday's 8.8 magnitude shaker in eastern Russia triggered tsunami warnings and evacuations across the Pacific. Dozens of aftershocks recorded since, including 5 powerful timblers above a 6-point magnitude. The strongest was 6.9, which struck late Wednesday near the Russian coast. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
2 men in Florida have been arrested on charges of sexually assaulting a 7-year-old girl. West Palm Beach Police Chief Tony Arujo says the attacks happened multiple times.
Detectives identified the suspects as 26-year-old Josue David Mendez Salas and 23-year-old Pablo Neftali Cobon Mendez.
Mendez Salas is the girl's father. That man is also accused of child abuse for allegedly hitting his daughter with a belt. Chief Arujo says both men confessed to the crimes. A 5-month-old baby is dead after being attacked by the family dog. Volusia County, Florida Sheriff Mike Chitwood says the parents of baby Carter left the child in the care of his great-grandmother and great-aunt while they went out to dinner to celebrate the mother's 21st birthday.
It is so tragic on what started to be a great night ends up when you return home, your child is dead.
Chitwood says the great-aunt let her 3 dogs out of their cage after putting the baby down to sleep in the bedroom. Moments later, she found the 130-pound Great Dane Husky mix next to the bleeding baby. An investigation is underway. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
TEL's independent owner-operator program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code overnight100.
As we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Looky there, August 1. Well, otherwise known as Tariff Day. The president signing an executive order that set new tariffs on a number of trading partners going in effect on August 7. The next step in the trade agenda that will test the global economy and the sturdiness of alliances built up over the decades. This order was issued shortly after 7 o'clock this past evening, after a flurry of tariff-related activities over the last several days. The White House announcing arrangements with various nations and blocs ahead of the president's Friday deadline. The tariffs are being implemented at a latter date in order for the rates scheduled to be harmonized, according to a campaign official, or administration official, Now, after initially threatening the African nation of Lesotho with a 50% tariff, the country's goods will now be taxed at 15%. Taiwan will be tariffed at 20%, Pakistan at 19%, Israel, Iceland, Fiji, Ghana, Ecuador, among the countries where goods will be taxed at 15%. It capped off a hectic day as nations were trying to continue negotiations with Trump to set rates for 68 countries and the 27-member European Union with a baseline 10% rate charged on countries not listed in the order. Now, the administration official said these rates are based on trade imbalances with the U.S. Thursday morning, the president engaged in a phone conversation with Mexico's president, Claudia Sheinbaum. As a result of that conversation, we are entering yet another 90-day negotiating period with Mexico, one of the largest trading partners, with the current 25% tariff rates staying in place. Now, that's down from 30% he had threatened earlier. Claudia Sheinbaum said after the conversation, "We avoided the tariff increase announced for tomorrow. We got 90 days to build a long-term agreement through dialogue." Very successful in terms of the leaders getting to know each other better. The unknowns kind of creating a sense of drama that have defined the rollout of these tariffs over several months, with the one consistency being his desire to levy the import taxes that most economists say will ultimately be borne to some degree by consumers and businesses. Trump said that the Canadian Prime Minister had called ahead of 35% tariffs being imposed on many of his nation's goods. But at the time, he said, "We haven't spoke to Canada today." So the Friday deadline after what was initially the Liberation Day announcement. We did reach a deal with South Korea Wednesday, and earlier with the European Union, Japan, Indonesia, and the Philippines. Going into the day Thursday, Switzerland and Norway were still uncertain about their rates. European Union officials were waiting to complete a crucial document outlining how the framework to tax imported autos and other goods from the 27-member state bloc were going to operate. Of course, we had the deal announced on that when the president was in Scotland last weekend. 844-844-3388. Daryl checking in here on a Friday. What's happening, Daryl?
Good morning, Steve. How's the family and how's Stryker?
Everybody doing great. Ready for the weekend. How about that?
Yes, I am too. Tomorrow's my birthday, and I'm going to Louisville to celebrate with my son.
Well,
you know, August is the only month of the year that doesn't have a federal holiday in it.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, there's no holiday in August, but since my birthday is on the 2nd, I just consider that a holiday. I want to sing Knucklebuster, a little tune. Give a cheer for Washita, a loud hip hip hooray. Ouichita. I spent 4 years at Washita, and Cliff Harris was our quarterback. And he played offense, defense, ran the ball back when a kickoff was made, and went on to play for the Dallas Cowboys for 8 years. And when I went there, it was called Tiger Stadium, and when I left, it was called Cliff Harris Stadium. Great town. We only had about 1,800 people in Washita, but Grady Nutt of Hee Haw went there, and he used to tell a story about Washita on Hee Haw. And I enjoyed my time there. You talk about the Bristol selling 86,000 tickets and didn't know where the other stadium was. I'm wondering if it was Cleveland, the old Cleveland Stadium. It was built for one of the Olympics, and I believe it would seat 100,000 people. And I remember going there when there was only 2,500 in that big old empty stadium, and the guy out in right field was pounding on the drum. Others might remember that big old stadium there at Cleveland. They've tore it down now and become the Guardians, I believe. How's my young man, Evel Knievel, doing?
He's staying out of trouble. He's doing all right. Yes, indeed.
Well, tell him Daryl Stone sends greetings, and I hope he has a great August. Getting ready for school, I reckon.
It won't be long. They ain't looking forward to that, you know?
I know. A lot of schools around here begin on the 15th. That seems kind of early.
It does. Seems like we always went back after Labor Day, I thought. You know, they get to the end of the summer and back to reality.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I grew up in cotton country, and we didn't go to school till about 1st of November in the fall, and we had to go 6 weeks in the summertime so we could all pick cotton. And that was kind of interesting, scheduling. Pappy was talking about the 15 over. When the speed limit was 55, there was a state trooper at Erie, Pennsylvania, that would get you for going 56. His name was McGee, and a roadway truck driver would run off with his wife. And he'd sit right over a hill, man, and catch you at 56 mile an hour. I'll let you go, Steve. You have a great August.
I can't believe we're kicking off a new month here, but yes, indeed, yeah. Thank you, Daryl. You do the same. Have a great Friday, good weekend, and happy birthday, all right? Hey, Buckwheat, good morning.
Good morning, Steve. Yeah. I'm on my way to New York City today again, and we got a whole load of deli meats and deli products and tackleberries. So, but yeah, The doctor said about Ashton Mario Kart there, he got something called impetigo. I think that's how you pronounce it. It's a bacteria infection, and it's very contagious. And he said it's the fourth case that day that he had seen.
Wow.
So he said there was two of them, a mother and son both had it. So that was two of them. But yeah, so I don't know if it's something going around in our area or not. But so our household has a whole bunch of disinfect wipes and all kinds of stuff. So yeah, it's starting to smell like back at COVID,
Yeah, right.
But so anyhow, at least we have a practice, and we didn't forget that, and yeah, about that picture I posted there, that actually wasn't me seeing that. That was a co-worker that ran into that, and when it started raining, I was in New Jersey coming across 78, and I was about 20 miles and going about 10, 15 mile an hour, bumper to bumper traffic, but it was raining pretty good. But we had 3 trucks stuck up there till the evening of yesterday.
Wow!
Because of the flooding, they couldn't get out of the city. And that truck that's pictured off there in the middle, he actually drove into it, and he couldn't make it through. And my boss said that if we back in to get water above our hubs, he better not see it, because that's sort of the company standard. Don't go in deep water, because it can cause all kinds of problems. But so anyhow, talking about these tariffs and that, some of my stuff that we bring back from the city is stuff that's imported. And last Friday I was talking to one of the guys there, and he was complaining that they're from one of the Asian countries, and he brings in a lot of stuff from Asia, and he was complaining about the tariffs making the stuff so expensive, and a lot of the stuff is fish that's native to over there. I said, well, the whole idea of the tariffs is to get people to make the stuff here. I said, why don't you bring the fish over here and farm them up, raise them on a farm, and you can make your own business. Then he went on to say that, well, the people over there only get paid like $1 a day, and this helps that economy out. And it's like, well, yeah, I'm sorry, but Trump really don't care about other people's economy. He's concerned about the United States. He wants the people here to have jobs, and and that's the whole premise of it. And I also think he's looking at as a source of revenue, instead of taxing us as much, to tax the other countries that want to sell stuff here, for the privilege of selling stuff here. It's the art of the deal, trying to make things, profitable for the United States. I mean, I can't fault the other countries for wanting to protect their people, but I also can't fault Donald Trump for being concerned about us. And I don't think he faults the other countries either. But anyhow, that's just the way it is. But yeah, Scarecrow there brings up an interesting topic about your spouse's driving, and cream of wheat there, back when I had my kidneys taken out, or one kidney taken out because of cancer, and she brought me home from the hospital 3 days after I had the operation, and that trip home was, oh my goodness, I thought cream of wheat, she didn't know how to drive. She was hitting every single bump that there was, and she was even making bumps up, and oh man, this is horrible. But a couple days later, she learned to drive a little bit better. So, just recently, back in the month of July, we drove out to my sister's church, and on the way back, my wife tends to play with her phone or fall asleep, and I used to think that it'd be nice if she would stay awake and pay attention more, and now the way she was commenting on my driving, I think it would be best if she goes back to sleep again. 'Cause she thinks I should pull over quicker, and I do got one of these new trucks here that has a radar in that keeps you 5 seconds behind the person in front of you, and you learn to know that distance, and so when I pass them, I try to give them a decent amount of cushion. I don't want to put over in front of them, and she don't see it quite that way, and so anyhow, but yeah, I mean, when we go driving, I normally do the driving. It's hard to let somebody else have control, I guess that's my fault. I'm not quite like Knucklebuster there and gets tired of driving, when he's off the road, but it's sort of the way we do it, and we handle it. So anyhow, that's basically all I have, and we'll speak at you later.
Well, thanks for the update, and hey, safe travels into New York City. He's one of the regular New York City. You don't have any problem with it.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Back at it here. It's been a couple of days. It's a casual Friday, and what do you say, Brain Dead?
Well, I say I'm out here harassing the city traffic tonight and like Eagle said, I don't know what was going on with our freight. I came back in Tuesday morning from the Laurel, Mississippi run, and then they didn't call me until yesterday afternoon and give me the option of either run the city or run the city. So I had no choice but to
run the city
tonight. So I don't know.
Huh.
Yeah. So you talking about the speed, the going 2 miles over the speed limit? I know Pappy said he gives them 15 over. I think it was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Something like that. Did I miss that?
That was correct.
Not down here. Not down here. These little towns down here, they will literally pull you over for thinking of doing 1 mile an hour over the speed limit. Not actually doing it, thinking it. Because the accreditations for Raventon, Imboden, and Black Rock were pulled by the state of Arkansas as speed traps because their ticket count in 1 month was 3 times the cities their size in the entire state. So, like I said, and like I've told some of our listening friends here when I've talked to them before, we even have suburbs around here that invent the laws every 5 minutes. And if you give them 5 minutes, they'll invent the new law. So, now, talk about driving. Now, Steve, I know Dingbat has got to be listening to this because she's going to be sitting there shaking her head. She had knee surgery about 3 years ago, if I remember right. And you know, you have any kind of surgery, the doctor says, okay, you don't drive for this much time, and don't do this and don't do that. No, not her. No, not her. Get her home the day of the surgery. I was like, here's an ice pack. Just relax. Here's a TV remote. I'm going to go grocery shopping. Nope. Right behind me she goes. Right to the grocery store. She goes right behind me to the grocery store, driving one of those little motorized carts. Yeah. I'm not talk about that. And then here it was. They said don't drive for, I think, like a week or two. In 3 days, she's driving around. So, like I said, she's been driving me crazy for years, but that's a different story. So.
Right.
But Steve, though.
So what do we got coming up here this weekend, Brain Dead?
Well, I know one part of the city I'm going to avoid this weekend, and that's the Southwind. The golf tournament's back in town, and Scotty Scheffler will be making an appearance there at Buckeye Bowl. Because I figured he'd be wanting to come down, make an appearance or something down here, just either that or go over to the Reds game. I mean, that looks to be a really good game. And it's going to be interesting to see. And like I said, it's going to be a gauge to see how this is going to play out from here on out. Because they are right. That is the first major league game played
in Tennessee.
But here we have the right. But here at the end of spring training, the Cardinals and the Redbirds play. I think one game here, so I know that probably didn't count in the matters. But
we're coming up on I was just going to say, you got it coming up on the news break. I got to go back and look at the archives here, but Buckeye, I guess last night was that first Braves game with the Reds, and they were indeed in Cincinnati. But he said in the 8th inning, both teams used a total of 7 pitchers and scored 8 runs each. I mean, talk about the bullpen falling apart on both ends. All right, operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. Tel gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Countries have until tomorrow to reach trade deals with President Trump.
Earlier this week, Trump refused to extend the deadline as he pushes for countries around the world to agree to trade deals. Deals so far have been agreed to with the European Union, the UK, Japan, and South Korea. On Wednesday, Trump announced a 25% tariff against India with a penalty due to what he said was them buying military equipment and energy from Russia. Deals haven't been reached with Canada and Mexico, with Trump saying it will be hard to reach a deal with Canada after its prime minister announced plans to reorganize a Palestinian state. I'm Monica Nelson.
The Federal Reserve is leaving interest rates unchanged.
It comes as President Trump has publicly pressured Fed Chair Jerome Powell to lower rates. Shortly before the Fed announced its decision, Trump said he heard Powell will cut interest rates at their next meeting.
I hear they're going to do it in September. For what reason? Nobody knows.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Alrighty, celebrating a Friday, casual Friday. All right, so we kind of left off what we got going on this weekend.
Well, you know, Steve, you had to pay those bills for the first of the month. You know, that rent check's due, right?
Yes, it is.
Nah, for me, though, it's going to be the simple work, sleep, repeat, work, sleep, and repeat. But, no, I don't know if you saw this or not, but Fox Sports bought 1/3 of Penske Entertainment. Now, Penske Entertainment owns IndyCar and the Indianapolis Speedway. I don't know. the Conspiro nuts are already running around saying that Penske's in trouble and he's gotten too deep over his head. But when you look at it, Penske's got the truck leasing, the truck businesses, the logistics. He's got money to fall back on. And I don't think that's the case in this point. I just think it's something that they're trying to invest their money into something that's not going to pay off. I really do think that. But I also did see they supposedly have the new NASCAR schedule released for next year. But at the same time, though, I've seen other reports saying that this is a projected. This is saying they're credible sources. Don't get me wrong. It's not like the Babylon Bee. But there's some very interesting changes here. The second race in the year is not Atlanta. It's Sonoma, California. Now, I don't know what genius at NASCAR thought of going across the country in the middle of February to Northern California, but obviously they missed the Weather Channel class because, they've got those guys go up through Wyoming or over through Arizona, New Mexico, and our friend, Heatwave could tell you what happens in the wintertime in northern Arizona and New Mexico, and it ain't the wet stuff either. But they're May the 10th. They're running the road course up in Canada. Now they took off the race in Mexico. That is gone for now. The Chicago street race is gone for now. Now they're going to go to Chicagoland Speedway coming up. I think it's around the middle of June next year, which is a good thing because NASCAR and the city leaders want to sit down with the community and figure out how can we do it better. But when you step back and look at it, it takes 25 days to build the road course. This is something that you just don't pop your hand up and, there it goes. The San Diego street course, that's going to be an interesting race. This is the first time they've done this. So there are a few changes in there. The July the 5th is going to be the break for NASCAR. And that's rightfully so. Because generally July the 4th, how many people are going out to a NASCAR race? They're going to be sitting at home drinking Skull Busters and, playing a hand or no hand, if you know what I'm saying. So, it's going to be interesting to see. I've got to dig a little more detail into it, but all in all, it looks like they're paying somewhat more of attention, Steve. But Steve, I got to make my delivery, buddy. You have a good weekend. We'll talk to you Monday.
All righty. Thank you for checking in. Of course, Independence Day was on a Friday this year, so I guess 4th will be on a Saturday coming up in next year for the 250th celebration of the USA. That's going to be big time. And I'm planning big time events there in our nation's capital, all over the country. So that would rightfully be a good weekend for. There's going to be way too much else going on that particular weekend next year. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. Who we got on board?
Hello.
Hey there.
Horseman?
Morning, Horseman.
Yeah, I'm gonna take care of Knucklebuster's light work tonight. Heat Wave, you mentioned Tucumcari a little bit ago. Try Dan Roberts' Tucumcari Woman. That's all I got, Steve.
Dan Roberts' Tucumcari Woman. Okay. I'm not sure what that means. I'll have to look that up. I did mention earlier in Liberal Run, Canada, the wrong kind of what they call mischief can get you a decade in prison. You may not have heard the term anarcho-tyranny. You might not have heard it in a while. You may have never heard it. But it's the only phrase that fits what is unfolding in Canada right now, a system that punishes peaceful political dissent while letting real criminals off easy. It's lawfare in the service of regime security. Now, that was the case under Justin Trudeau. It's even more apparent under the new Prime Minister Mark Carney, the globalist banker who cashed in on political connections and now presides over a government determined to crush any sort of dissent. Now, even if Barber and Lynch are granted the absolute discharge that their lawyers are requesting, the Liberal government has proven their point, which is defy us and we will ruin your life. We're speaking of the ongoing prosecution of Chris Barber and Tamara Lynch, two of the main organizers of what was the Freedom Convoy back in 2022, the trucker-led protest that captured global attention when thousands of Canadians rolled into Ottawa to peacefully demand an end to the COVID mandates and lockdowns, recall? The trial began shortly after Labor Day in 2023. On April the 3rd of last year, the pair were found guilty of mischief, but now we're nearly 6 months later. They still haven't been sentenced. Their next court date is not until October 7th. It's about 19 before the hour. All right, so we cleared things out. Lines open at 844-844-3388. A Friday coming on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
In Brandenburg, old guys ruled in Pro Stock, Super Farm, and four-wheel drive. All that changed night to night in Light Super were the numbers 1, 2, and 3. Meanwhile, the fort was under unrelenting assault from Mother Nature. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Raider Report. It was a tale of two towns on the Indiana border where we had the best of times and very nearly the worst of times. A Friday night total washout at Fort Recovery's Grand National was followed by an extended Saturday afternoon session and an attenuated Saturday night session in a weekend that saw only 7 of 20 classes completed. Winning the GN classes were R.J. Simon and Drivers Wanted in Dr. Preload Super Semi, and Kelly Nichols for her first Premier Level trophy with a One Fine Edge two-wheel drive in a rescheduling of the Friday night round. By contrast, it was pinchy sunshine at the Meade County Fair Grand Nationals in Brandenburg, Kentucky all weekend, but not as hot as high-torque Super Farm puller Brooke H. Ferris. The elder statesman of the Addison, Michigan Milkman family, Ferris and the team's faithful Assorted Nuts case had themselves a weekend in staking a 3-point lead on a 2-hook sweep to open the Grand National season for the 3-0 Chargers. Shane Hunt and Gary Shavink were 2nd and 3rd on Friday, and Dan Schulte and Stan Warda 2 and 3 on Saturday, the ensuing scramble leaving Ferris up by 3. In Light Superstock, Marcus Wedelson returned to his winning Meade County ways on Friday night with the Gunpowder and Lead Case IH and landed in 3rd on Saturday. Brian Bowles, running the whole GN circuit for the first time with his alter ego New Holland, was 2nd in his first trip to Pulling's friendly confines on Friday and won the thing on Saturday. Defending division champion Colton Whitworth was 3rd, then 2nd, with his Yield Express to lead Bowles by 1 marker after 4 hooks in one of the few NTPA divisions unaffected thus far by inclement weather. In Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock, Tim Kaine was counting his money when he was sitting at the holler on a warm summer's Friday evening after his Red Gambler International was a bum cigarette better than the Mac Trailer Team's Mac Daddy, piloted by James Ray. On Saturday, though, the drumbeat of the Myers-Simon conglomerate resumed, with Brent Myers injected funds first, Brandon Simon's Loud and Heavy X second, and Myers Loud and Heavy fourth, around multi-time Brandenburg winner Kevin Schmucker. Heavy and Heavy X remain 1-2. And in four-wheel drive, the grizzled veteran Jake Zering is zeroed in on a 2nd Grand National title. The 2022 champs Rule Number 19 Dodge reigned over 24 others, sorry, shouldn't have said reign, in Session 1 to extend his double-digit point lead. It was clawed back a bit by new 2nd placeholder John R. Davis, who was taking his dad Bunky seldom seen for a spin and picked up his first GN win in Session 2. Tied with Davis is fellow 2nd Gen puller Taylor Corsa. Her TaylorMade has 3 top 5s to date. This week, everyone's headed to Rockwell, Iowa, and you should be too, for the North Iowa Nationals at Chamber Acres, about 10 miles south of Mason City. 13 Grand National Divisions presented by Case IH, plus Region 3 4.1 Pro Stocks will entertain across 5 sessions from Thursday through Saturday, July 31st to August 2nd. Watch it live in person or on the web at Full Pull Live. and get tickets and camping info at rockwellialions.com. While the Western region is focused on Rockwell, Regions 1 and 2 are active at events in Cassopolis, Michigan on Tuesday, Middleburn, West Virginia, and Monroe, Michigan on Thursday, Eaton and Lisbon, Ohio on Friday, and Lisbon again plus Urbana, Ohio on Saturday. NTPApoll.com and the NTPA mobile app for information. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Who was it we talked to here? I think it was last week. Headed for Sturgis. So they got the, 85th anniversary? All right, the bikers rolling in. So 10 nights, 10 days and nights. Riding, food, music. 500,000 riders. Concert fanatics. Street food enjoyers. Yeah, that's what's going on in Sturgis on a typical year. Not sure if it started this weekend or last. Okay, it starts today apparently. Okay, August 1 through August 10. There you go. All right, Sturgis bound, are you? Party safely, as they say. 844-3388. I mentioned at the onset of the program. We already went through some of the comments from SEMA breaking down These EPA plans to reverse their findings on greenhouse gases. Well, this past day, the folks at OOIDA and Landline doing their best to also try to break things down. This is going to erase vehicle emission rules that's been set over the last 15 years. Announced at a Kenworth dealership in Indiana, the EPA administrator earlier this week announcing that they're going to start the process to withdraw what was known as the 2009 endangerment finding. That single document has been the foundation of emission regulations since it took effect in 2010. So 15 years worth. He said we heard loud and clear the concern that the EPA's greenhouse gas emission standards themselves, not carbon dioxide, which the finding never assessed independently, were the real threat to American livelihoods. He said rescinding the endangerment finding that resulting regulations could actually end $1 trillion or more in hidden taxes on the American businesses and families out there. We've kind of broke this down in recent days. The endangerment finding allowed the EPA to create several vehicle emission rules. The greenhouse gas emission standards for heavy-duty vehicles, Phase 3, finalized last March, that set strict emission standards for heavy-duty trucks starting model years 2027 to 2032. By the year 2032, 25% of sleeper cab tractors were to be at zero direct emission. Trucking groups criticized the rule, said this is unworkable. Todd Spencer called the truck emission standards an assault on small business truck drivers. OIDA and several organizations, along with Republican-led states, filing legal challenges to the rule. These cases are on hold while the EPA decides their next steps under a new administration. Now, in February, Senator Bernie Moreno introduced the Transportation Freedom Act that would repeal the Phase 3 greenhouse gas truck emission standards and other rules for passenger vehicles. 2 weeks later, Senator Markwayne Mullin introduced the Preserving Choice in Vehicle Purchases Act. In March, Zeldin announced the EPA would reconsider the Phase 3 truck emissions rules and the 2022 heavy-duty nitrogen oxide rules, to which the trucking industry applauded those announcements. Small business truckers, making up 96% of trucking, could be regulated out of existence if these current standards were to be implemented. Mom and pop trucking businesses would be suffocated by the cost and the operational challenges, effectively mandating zero emission trucks. So let's move forward. What is the endangerment finding? Since 2010, strict vehicle emission rules have been hinged on the EPA's what they call endangerment finding. Back in 1999, more than a dozen environmental organizations petitioned the EPA to regulate greenhouse gas emissions under the Clean Air Act. That petition was denied in 2003 under George W. Bush. At the time, the EPA said they lacked authority to regulate greenhouse gas emissions related to climate change. Legal challenges followed, leading to the landmark Supreme Court decision in 2007. The High Court ruled that greenhouse gases are pollutants under the Clean Air Act. Consequently, the EPA's previous position was invalidated. But the EPA had to prove there was a legitimate reason to move forward. The Supreme Court required them to determine if greenhouse gases pose a danger to public health, or if the science is unclear to make that determination. Later that year, the EPA sent its determination to the Office of Management and Budget. This would become what they called the endangerment finding. It was finalized in December of 2009 and took effect January of 2010. That single document becoming the legal foundation for subsequent emission regulations, and were there a ton of them. Without the endangerment finding, regulating greenhouse gas emissions from vehicles wouldn't be possible, they said. Dozens of legal challenges to the endangerment finding poured in after it was finalized. All of those challenges struck down by a federal court of appeals in 2012, which would survive petitions to the Supreme Court. So this is where we stand. What's next? A comment period for the proposed rule will open. Legal challenges will likely come, if they've probably already been filed. Comments on the plan to rescind the 2009 endangerment finding. The comment period open will be accepted through September 15. You can submit your comments by going to the regulations.gov website, searching out the document ID number, and this is a kind of a lengthy one, EPA-HQ-OAR-2025-0194. They've also set up a web page about the proposed rule. 2 public hearings will be taking place here in the month of August, 19th and 20th, which you can actually pre-register for. A third session might occur on August 21st if they feel it's needed. Even if the rule is finalized, it's going to face strong opposition. In March, the Environmental Defense Fund filed a lawsuit against the EPA for not providing records related to Zeldin's recommendation to withdraw the endangerment finding. Former Washington Governor Jay Inslee said that lawsuits from Democrat states are all but certain to come. If a lawsuit hasn't been filed yet, I'll have to call the Washington Attorney General and tell him to hurry up. I mean, it's been a couple of hours now. So that's where we stand. Final hour just ahead. It's 844-844-3388. Tell gets you into a factory warranted truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Learn more at tell360.com.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At Tell, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call Tell at 866-404-6289 or visit tell360.com. Use promo code overnight100.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weights? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with SpeedMax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's SpeedMax. SpeedMax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Lucy 5347, go around, climb, maintain 3000, fly
3000, heading, go around 3000, Blue Streak 5347.
American 3130, contact approach, standby.
Crash, this is alert 3, crash, this is alert 3.
Transportation officials say the Army helicopter that collided with an American Airlines jet in January had a faulty altimeter.
During a Wednesday hearing into the crash near Washington's Reagan National Airport, the NTSB said the barometric altimeter gave the helicopter crew incorrect data. This information caused the Army crew to fly higher than they intended. 67 people were killed in the January 29th crash. The hearing's scheduled to last 3 days. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The Department of Justice is continuing to go after diversity, equity, and inclusion practices.
According to a DOJ memo issued Tuesday, Attorney General Pam Bondi is prepared to restrict funds to entities that use DEI practices, which is likely to impact universities and K-12 schools. Bondi wrote in the memo, entities receiving federal funds, like all other entities subject to federal anti-discrimination laws, must ensure that their programs and activities comply with federal law. I'm Brian Shook.
Hershey is preparing to pay over $100 million in tariffs.
During its quarterly financial report on Wednesday, the Hershey company said it expects tariffs to cost between $170 and $180 million this year. The announcement comes just over a week after Hershey announced plans to raise prices on chocolate. However, the company blamed the price hike on the increasing cost of ingredients instead of tariffs or trade policies. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 330 points, the S&P 500 dropped 23 points, and the Nasdaq fell by 7 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people love Medishare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Some 60% of liver cancer cases could be prevented by losing weight, cutting down on alcohol, and getting a hepatitis vaccine.
That's according to new guidelines from the Lancet Commission, which predicts policymakers could help reduce liver cancer 2 to 5% each year through 2050. Liver cancer is the 6th most common cancer in the world and the 3rd leading cause of cancer death. Without these changes, the number of new cases is expected to double to 1.5 million in 2050. I'm Michael Kastner.
Southern Nevada continues to see fewer tourists.
The Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority says visitation fell for the 6th straight month in June. 3.1 million people visited Southern Nevada in June. It was an 11.3% decline compared to June of 2024. It was also the first double-digit percentage decline seen in a month since February of 2021, which was during the pandemic. I'm Daniel Martindale.
If you're looking to add years to your life, new research says it can be achieved in minutes a day.
A study by Vanderbilt University Medical Center says brisk walking for 15 minutes a day has been linked to a 20% reduction in death from any cause. The study says speed matters more than duration. Scientists tracked nearly 85,000 Americans for nearly 2 decades with a focus on low-income black adults across 12 southern states, and the results were the same, regardless of starting health status. I'm Bree Tennis.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator Because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Final hour, off and rolling. We've had our fair share of discussion in regards to the railroads this week with the talk of mergers. Yeah, might we ultimately end up with two transcontinental railroads dominating the entire country? That's a whole debate in itself, but I had saved a story from a couple weeks ago in regards to the railways, and it's kind of concerning. They say there is a long-standing vulnerability in the U.S. rail system that could allow hackers to remotely trigger train brakes. According to a cybersecurity research and government officials, 404 Media reports that a critical security flaw in the U.S. rail system have left trains vulnerable to remote hacking for over a decade, raising concerns about the safety and security of the nation's rail infrastructure. Now, the vulnerability, which first discovered by independent researcher Neil Smith all the way back in 2012, allows hackers to remotely lock a train's brakes by exploiting weaknesses in what they call the end of train and head of train remote linking protocol, EOT/HOT. That system, implemented in the 1980s following a congressional mandate, enables communication between the front and back of a train using radio frequencies. It was designed to enhance safety, allowing the back of the train to send telemetry data to the front and for the front to send basic commands to the back. However, the radio link used in the system is a common frequency shift keying data modem that can easily be identified and exploited, they say. According to Smith, a hacker with the right knowledge and equipment can trigger a train's brake from a distance. A low-powered device like a Flipper Zero could do it within a few hundred feet. If you had a plane with several watts of power at 30,000 feet, you could get about 150 miles of range. The U.S. Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency has acknowledged the vulnerability, with the acting executive assistant director of cybersecurity stating that it's been understood and monitored by rail sector stakeholders for over a decade now, but he noted that exploiting the vulnerability would require physical access to rail lines, deep protocol knowledge, and specialized equipment, which limits the feasibility of widespread exploitation. But it only takes one, doesn't it? Yeah, despite the potential severity of the vulnerability, the rail industry's been slow to address the issue. When Smith first alerted the Association of Railroads to the problem in 2012, he was met with skepticism and resistance. The American Railroads Association refused to acknowledge the vulnerability as real unless it could be demonstrated in real life. But they would not authorize the testing required to prove its existence. Despite the resistance and the reluctance to address the issue, CISA has been working with industry partners to try and develop some sort of a mitigation strategy. Fixing the vulnerability requires changes to a standards-enforced protocol, a process that's currently underway but may take a year to complete. Smith has criticized the American Railroad Association for their handling, saying the American railway industry treats cybersecurity issues with the same playbook used by the insurance industry. You've heard of the delay, deny, defund mantra in the insurance industry. Quite interesting, but all right, see what Vic has going on here this Friday. Good morning.
Hey, I caught Scarecrow's call, and you were commenting about I might call in, but I've been fighting with my Goodman licensed Amana Maytag Whirlpool heat pump air conditioning, and I've ran across several interesting things. So, as regards electrical things, and they have a lot of bimetal contacts in it, which sets up a type of galvanic current. And anyway, I'm just kind of going through all that and making sure somebody put the right parts on it. But you're talking about that deal with the railroads. See, that's what happened when they got rid of the conductor. I don't know if you remember you talking about the hot boxes, but the conductor used to, whenever they were on the end of the train there in the caboose, and if they had a hot box detector, a red light would come on that trackside detector, and that was part of their job, was to look for that. And then they just had radio communications with the engineer and let them know that somewhere there was a hot box on the train. It didn't tell them where it was. They just knew that something had triggered that detector, and it would set off a red light. And then they would have to stop, and different people would have to try to check and see where that was. Well, when the railroad said we can save all this money just doing it all with electronics and everything else, that everybody was all in for that in the railroad administration. So that's just one quick thing that's going on there. But before I can get too far off from what I was talking about, I was listening to Scarecrow there, and it was kind of interesting. But the reason nobody wants to use furniture is because of the bed bug invasion. Yeah, I don't even think you can give it to any of the Goodwill, Salvation Army, St. Vincent de Paul.
Yeah.
Most of those people don't want it. So that comes down to a lot of this furniture being dumped roadside, so I don't know what they're doing with it. So that was one thing. And the other thing, he was talking about this 14-hour rule. I know we've talked about that almost ad nauseum, but where that plays into the parking issue was whenever you could stop when you wanted to, and it didn't count against your whatever 10 or 11 hours of service. Then they said, no, it's straight 14 hours, If you have to give up some driving time in that 14 hours, too bad. Well, what happened was people quit stopping at these little roadside diners and one thing and another. And I guess there was a whole lot more parking that was taken care of with these little roadside diners and one thing and another than what people imagined. And that's where the parking problem played into that. And then he was talking about all those collectibles and one thing and other things that he thought was worth something. Well, kind of going through that with the relative right now, because it is an Avon bottles, but I don't remember the big Avon collection craze or not.
Yep.
But this person had collected some stuff way back in the 70s and 80s, and she was talking about how valuable they were. And my wife trying to convince her, it's like, no, people just don't want those collectibles. Like, young people aren't even interested in them. So I don't know that much about it, but I would imagine the auctioneer did. And stuff you would think might be worth something is absolutely worthless to other people. So that's I just kind of mentioned that. I was listening to him, but back to what I was talking about. When I was messing with this heat pump and air conditioner, one thing and another, and initially the capacitor failed, which it was getting it in, according to it had 10,000 hours of life, and it was getting close to the end of that. But as I started looking at that, I noticed that there was a lot of oxidation building up on all these different contacts and everything. And I thought, well, that's kind of odd. And they weren't working real smooth or anything like that. And since I wasn't able to do much last year, and I'd already bought quite a bit from your previous sponsor, I'm trying to get through and use all that up. So I had to take and essentially scrape all that oxidation and everything else off of that. And in the process of doing it, contacts that I thought were copper, they weren't copper. They were copper wrapped aluminum. And aluminum, and it's like, well, wait a minute here. Copper and aluminum are dissimilar metals, and that's one of the problems. That's been a headache. Well, you were mentioning that altimeter and stuff. I know a lot of people that works on that stuff, like your battery post on your car and all that, you get all that oxidation around, and you don't get good current through it. So when they're talking about all these electrical vehicles and everything else, I don't know exactly what they're going to do with all, what type of portfolio of stuff they have, but I do know that, these windmill generators they put up with copper out of China, they were catching fire, and some of the people that were hauling that copper on flatbeds, they'd have a whole trailer catch on fire just sitting out in the parking lot. So I don't know what type of quality of copper that they're getting from China or anything else, but that's one of the problems they're going to have if they want to continue on electrification of the automotive industry. And not only that, there has to be tremendous power losses in the power transmission system. So electrical power transmission system. So that's just one of the problems that they're going to be having if everything's like that thing was. And essentially, whenever I bought this particular unit, they said it was a Mana. So okay, that's the Mana. Well, I found that a Mana was bought by Maytag. Maytag was bought by Whirlpool, and this Japanese firm by the name of Goodman, they didn't buy the companies, they just bought up the license. And when I went to buy a new capacitor for that thing, I had to go about four or five different part numbers, and it finally came today, and the box had one part number, the actual capacitor had another part number on it. So it's an interesting puzzle, I guess I'll call it, even to get parts for those things. So I don't know who approved all that. I don't know how many appliances across the United States are like that, but we're having a tremendous power loss in our electrification system if that's the way they're doing things right now. So
wow.
So I just kind of throw that up. So anyway, I think as the heat wave finishes, I'll get it all back together and get it working right. So
that'll be it.
So anyway,
just in time to turn it off, right? Where you don't need it anymore. Heat wave's over. All right, 844-3388.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right, we've got us a Friday. It's not all that often we get to hear from Philip on a Friday morning, but here he is. Morning, Philip.
Morning, buddy. How y'all doing today?
Doing all right. I see our launch got scrubbed yesterday, so is the weather looking any better here Friday?
I don't know. I hope so. One cumulus cloud shut that thing down yesterday.
Is that
Steve.
right?
They thought the lightning was going to hit it.
I'll be darned.
Yep. One cumulus cloud formed right over that area, and they had a storm that was building up in there, and they shut her down. And I found out yesterday that Apollo 12 was the first rocket that ever got hit by lightning out there, and after that they put that into their rules and regs that when the clouds form up like that, if there's a chance for lightning, they cancel it. So that's what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Steve, I found a story that I wanted to mention to you, and that's one reason why I called in this morning. I got up a little early. Have you ever heard of Jerry Demings? He is the mayor of Orange County.
Not familiar.
Okay, well, do you know who Val Demings is? I'm pretty sure you know who she is, right?
Yeah, right.
Remember
Yes.
she was during the.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, Jerry Demings is Val Demings' husband.
Okay.
And Orange County, Florida, it's basically Orange County is Orlando, and a lot of Disney and a lot of the area down there is in Orange County. They're set up a little different than most counties, whereas they have a mayor of the county. I don't know if you've ever heard of that before or not, but they do. They have it there. They have a county council, the county commissioners are on a council, and then they have a mayor that's over it. Well, Jerry Demings is the mayor of Orange County. Okay, so we've all heard about Alligator Alcatraz, right?
Oh, yeah.
We know about that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, and when you look this article up, I need you, if you get a chance to look it up, you might want to read it. It's pretty interesting on how politics plays with things and how it interacts with things. Okay, so Jerry Demings, they sent an addendum to them that said they had to transport people on the county's dime to detention centers. Okay, so hang in here with me. It's kind of hard to explain, but Orange County would have to transport people to, like, say, Alligator Alcatraz or any of the places that these immigrants are being picked up by ICE. And Orange County basically said, no, we're not signing that paperwork. We're not going to utilize our people to take those folks to where they need to go. So now there is a big rift between Orange County and the state of Florida, because they don't want to sign this paperwork stating that they're going to process these people for ICE, hold them in their areas, and then transport them to these detention areas. and it's causing a pretty big ruckus. And Jerry Deming says, I ain't doing it. We'll figure it out. We'll let the attorneys figure it out. So what is your opinion on that, Steve? What do you think of that situation?
So that kind of goes back to where some of these various agencies or government entities don't want to work with ICE. That's pretty much what they're saying, right?
Absolutely. And there's a lot of people that are still in democratically controlled areas and that are saying we're not going to uphold to your standards. The heck with you. We're not going to deal with it, even though that they are doing it right now. Mm-hmm. And it's just funny how politics is playing with this. And I know it's all politics, Steve. We all know that. And it's just back and forth, peeing and moaning, for lack of a better way of saying it. And I just thought I'd bring the story up to you. I know you can look it up there. I can't look right now because I'm driving, but it's one of those things that is coming out there with a lot of these situations, like these detention areas and whatnot. And Vic is right. The electrical systems and a lot of stuff now have got so cheap. The way cars are built, the way trucks are built, the way airplanes are built. The wiring is the cheapest part of the whole deal, and it has got so ridiculously stupid with what they're using to make it cheap, that it is causing a lot of problems. And it's one of those things that needs to be addressed. Mm-hmm. I mean, you ask a lot of owner-operators about their ECMs on their trucks and the problems they have with the computers on their trucks, the monitoring issues. I mean, monitoring issues on airplanes. You know, you got an altimeter that's off by almost 100 feet. That's not cool. That's not good. You know what I mean? And that's the stuff that's happening now. It's in everything. Anything that's got electronics in it is, and if it was made probably within the last 10 years, I can tell you right now, the wiring in it is so freaking cheap, it ain't funny. And I hate to say it that way and be that derogatory about it, but it's the way it is. I mean, you can see it. I mean, I changed the alternator on my car a couple of weeks ago, and you could just see it. This car, my Honda, it's 2012, which, by the way, I'm driving it tonight. I figured I'd give her a little run, keep her in her money, keep her going, and I'm going to drive it to the store back and forth here and there still to keep it going. But, you can see it just in a 2012 vehicle. The wiring is so ridiculously cheap. And it's just one of those things. And he's right about the electrification of a lot of stuff. These electric cars. Steve, do you know the reason why those Teslas caught on fire? You remember when they had all the fires in the Teslas? Do you remember that? Not too long ago, all the fires they've had in them.
Wasn't a lot of it salt?
You know why they had
saltwater flooding, wasn't it?
Yep.
Well,
saltwater flooding, absolutely. But also a lot of it was the grade of batteries that they're buying for the cars at the time. If you look at the majority of the fires that they had in those cars, the early ones, was because they went and they bought cheap batteries.
And I'm guessing it's the cheap Chinese stuff because they were obviously more affordable. Hey, time out. At least with Tel, and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Lucy for 347, go around, climb, maintain 3,000, flight
3,000, heading, go around 3,000, Blue Streak 5347.
American 3130, contact approach, standby.
Crash, this is Alert 3, crash, this is Alert 3.
Transportation officials say the Army helicopter that collided with an American Airlines jet in January had a faulty altimeter.
During a Wednesday hearing into the crash near Washington's Reagan National Airport, the NTSB said the barometric altimeter gave the helicopter crew incorrect data. This information caused the Army crew to fly higher than they intended. 67 people were killed in the January 29th crash. The hearing's scheduled to last 3 days. Sommers, USA Radio News.
The Department of Justice business is continuing to go after diversity, equity, and inclusion practices.
According to a DOJ memo issued Tuesday, Attorney General Pam Bondi is prepared to restrict funds to entities that use DEI practices, which is likely to impact universities and K-12 schools. Bondi wrote in the memo, entities receiving federal funds, like all other entities subject to federal anti-discrimination laws, must ensure that their programs and activities comply with federal law. I'm Brian Shook.
Hershey is preparing to pay over $100 million in tariffs.
During its quarterly financial report on Wednesday, the Hershey company said it expects tariffs to cost between $170 and $180 million this year. The announcement comes just over a week after Hershey announced plans to raise prices on chocolate. However, the company blamed the price hike on the increasing cost of ingredients instead of tariffs or trade policies. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 330 points, the S&P 500 dropped 23 points, and the Nasdaq fell by 7 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Some 60% of liver cancer cases could be prevented by losing weight, cutting down on alcohol, and getting a hepatitis vaccine.
That's according to new guidelines from the Lancet Commission, which predicts policymakers could help reduce liver cancer 2 to 5% each year through 2050. Liver cancer is the 6th most common cancer in the world and the 3rd leading cause of cancer death. Without these changes, the number of new cases is expected to double to 1.5 million in 2050. I'm Michael Kastner.
Southern Nevada continues to see fewer tourists.
The Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority says visitation fell for the 6th straight month in June. 3.1 million people visited Southern Nevada in June. It was an 11.3% decline compared to June of 2024. It was also the first double-digit percentage decline seen in a month since February of 2021, which was during the pandemic. I'm Daniel Martindale.
If you're looking to add years to your life, new research says it can be achieved in minutes a day.
A study by Vanderbilt University Medical Center says brisk walking for 15 minutes a day has been linked to a 20% reduction in death from any cause. The study says speed matters more than duration. Scientists tracked nearly 85,000 Americans for nearly 2 decades with a focus on low-income black adults across 12 southern states, and the results were the same, regardless of starting health status. I'm Bree Tennis.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All righty, back at it here on a Friday. Can't believe it's August 1 already. But real quick, back to Philip. I heard in the news break they're talking about just what you were kind of trying to explain to us last evening, the whole altimeter thing being off.
Yep. And that's a big deal, Steve. That's a real big deal. When your avionics is off on an airplane, you got problems. And that's the thing that tells you how high you are. You know, an airspeed indicator and your altimeter are your two pieces that you need that work mechanically that keep you going in an airplane.
How common do you think that may be? Is it an isolated thing, or?
No, it's not an isolated thing. Altimeters have to go through calibrations, and if that helicopter had not been calibrated correctly, then we need to talk to the mechanic that worked on it.
Wow.
You know, there's accountability on both ends. In the military, it's the same way as it is in the civilian aviation. The only thing is with the civilian aviation, your mechanics there, what they call A&Ps, which is airframe and power plant mechanics, they go through a lot, you know, they have to go through testing and everything to do it, but they also have to go through certification for certain things. And whoever works on avionics is anything that's sitting inside the cockpit that's used to control something. So think about it, altimeters, airspeed indicators, radars, you name it, that are inside an airplane. There's one person that takes care of all that, okay? That person also works on the wiring that connects it to where all the sensors and all the different things are that control it, okay? And that's what I was talking about earlier with everything getting cheaper now. It ain't just cars and trucks, it's airplanes. Now, do you really want something cheap, Steve, when you fly from Cincinnati down to Georgia
no,
on an
sir.
airplane? Would you want... You ain't got nowhere to pull over and park in an airplane. I'm sorry, folks. It's just a sad reality. But, you know, it's something that needs to be paid attention to, you know? And that's why you have the NTSB inspecting all these different crashes. I really seem to think they're going to be streamlining the air traffic control system now more, where the military is going to have to talk to the regular ground controllers and the air traffic controllers. I think the military is going to have to be talking more to them now. And that's the problem, Steve. You don't need two systems that don't work coherently good together. You need two systems that work together and that the communication can be done in real time and not take long times of delay. You think about it, just a few milliseconds of delay could cause a crash like that. Just a millisecond, not even a second, millisecond, you know, in latency. So, but that's all I got today, buddy. I'm going to let you get on because I know there's some more folks that want to talk to you.
All right. Well, have a
good
day, good weekend. Well, he only gets like one day. Enjoy your off day, right? All right. Let me see what's going on. Got the anonymous hippopotamus coming up here. Scrapyard, I believe. Morning, Scrapyard.
Morning. What's happening, Captain? I just got to get these doors open, get her back in here, and then start my weekend. On that contacts situation, an easy way to clean it without a lot of fuss, muss, and cussing and mayhem. A little trick my daddy taught me. Now you can use that spray electronics cleaner, you know, on the points on those contacts, but use a dollar bill to burnish it. Yeah, just stick a dollar bill, fold it up, stick it in between the contact points.
Yeah.
And put like if you have to if it's the kind that's got a case over it, you just take the case off of it where you can get to it, and then find something you can set on top of it to close those points together after putting a dollar bill in there. It's folded, and you just move it back and forth, cleans it right off. It takes that what's called arc glaze. It takes it off, and my daddy was a small engine mechanic, and he also did help work on our big air conditioner we had outside when I was a kid, and taught me that trick from an early age, and I've done it quite a bit, even on linear amplifiers for CB radios.
How about that?
And it works really well. And you know about the SIG P320 debacle that's going on, the pistol? About that airman getting killed?
I don't think I'm familiar, no.
I think it was Wyoming, up at that nuclear facility, and got he took his duty weapon off in this nuclear facility, set it down. It was still in the holster, and it went off here recently. The Department of Defense, and now there's even videos out now. Several police officers actually accidentally shooting themselves with a pistol in the holster, and they're not even touching it. And but there's one that's even worse out now. There's a recall at Barrett Industries. Making these precision rifles that a lot of police departments and the DOD is using. It's a Barrett Mark 22 precision rifle. It acts like it has a hang fire, and as soon as you touch, so much as lay one finger on that bolt, that rifle goes off all by itself.
Oh, wow. That's not good.
The DOD has pulled the SIG 320, which is classified as the M18, and I think they're just calling the Barrett rifle just the Mark 22, but it's a sniper rifle. And now the Department of Defense has pulled both of them, and unfortunately, a lot of SWAT teams and police officers have both of those. And now SIG has filed a lawsuit in, I think it's Washington State, against a police academy because the police academy has pulled and banned SIG P320s being anywhere on their property at this police academy.
I'll be darned.
And now SIG has filed a lawsuit against them. And if anybody out there listening, say like your son in law enforcement, he may have to deal with either of those two systems. So. It's like yesterday after I found out about the Barrett problem, I contacted my local police department and gave them a heads up. The problem with the Barrett was only posted like 2 hours before, and so they didn't know. And I talked with somebody in the chief's office, and they passed it on to their armorer. And they transferred me over to the county, and I told them.
And I think we lost our connection there. I do believe. Yes, I think. All right, I was doing a little digging there as he was speaking. Yet I came across, I guess this is going back several days ago. And I was trying to get the full story pulled up, but. Yeah, the Air Force's Global Strike Command ordering an indefinite pause in the use of M18 pistols. A fatal incident at Warren Air Force Base in Wyoming just 2 weeks after the disclosure of an FBI report that added to long-standing concerns about the ability of the Sig Sauer P320 series pistols, a family that includes the M18, to fire without their triggers being pulled. Just days after the report became public, Immigration and Customs Enforcement issued a permanent ban on the use of P320s. TWZ, which is the website The War Zone, just recently published an in-depth story on the FBI report and the fallout from it, including SIG's refutation of the testing results. All right, I think we're back with Scrapyard. I apologize. We lost signal momentarily there.
Oh, I know how it is. Yeah, I passed all that information along, and now they're going to hand it off to the Arkansas State Police for them to pull it out of their SWAT team off of their armories, just in case. In fact, like on that SIG P320, there's its Wyoming Gun Project channel on YouTube. This guy was able to make the SIG P320. He was using rounds. It was just nothing but a primer in a case, and he got it just by touching the slide, got it to go off 5 separate times. The
Wow.
320.
I'll be darned.
And shoddy craftsmanship, metal injection molded parts. And I guess our engineers don't realize that whenever you do metal injection molding and you sinter those metal parts, they're going to get smaller. and they didn't leave enough meat to them to account for how much it shrinks in the sintering process, instead of using, just cheaping out instead of actually machining the necessary parts like they had done before in the past. Because you sure didn't see that problem out like a Colt 1911, and excuse me, and so it. It's like buyer beware of those two systems. If you have either one of them, unload them, disable them, and contact the company, because just too dangerous.
Okay, good information. I pulled up the full story there, but that's crazy stuff. 844-3388. Guess we'll call this our DA Truckers of the Week winners. A pair of truckers fined and actually had their truck towed after an officer gave them a chance to fuel up before an inspection, but they never came back. The teen drivers were pulled over in a black bobtail on the 28th, earlier this week. About 11:20 in the morning, in British Columbia, Canada, the truck's tandem drivers said they needed gas. But when we allowed them to go, they didn't return for the required inspection, according to Moose Media. Soon afterwards, a British Columbia Highway Patrol officer tracked the drivers down and found them trying to make roadside repairs. They then conducted an inspection and found zero functioning rear suspension on the bobtail truck, along with incorrect logbooks. So they were fined at the moment $1,018 and provided a list of local mechanics. They were then ordered, go get it fixed before driving again. Well, lo and behold, about 6 o'clock in the evening, same day, an officer noticed the same bobtail semi on the same highway and pulled him over again. Officer found the same two drivers who never came back, along with the same violations as reported earlier in the day. They were then fined another $1,927 more. The truck was issued a notice and order, had its license plates seized, and then towed to a mechanic at the driver's expense. Now you're going to get it fixed. Not only do bad commercial truck drivers make the roads unsafe for everyone, they undercut the reputation of good truck drivers, according to the Highway Patrol there in British Columbia. Following safety and maintenance laws costs money. But our job as police is to make breaking the law more expensive. And boy, did it ever on that day. What's going on, hippopotamus?
Oh, it sounds to me like you don't mess with Dudley Do-Right. I forget his horse's name. What's Dudley Do-Right's horse's name? There's something for you. Becky will have that for you in a minute there. She'll have that all Googled up. Anyways, yeah, maybe they shouldn't have towed the truck to a repair facility. Maybe they should have towed it to a scrapyard by the sounds of it.
Right.
I don't know. But anyways there, so now you did it. You and Scrapyard just put it right out there. All these anti-gun advocates, they're going to have it now that guns kill people. I mean, if the guns just go off and shoot people willy-nilly, look at what they're going to have to look at what they have to go with now.
Oh boy.
I'm just telling you, just saying. So, you just reported this whole big story there of guns that don't need to have their triggers pulled to be able to discharge. So, I don't know. We'll have to see how this works out. Hopefully the anti-gun advocates don't get too wise to this there, right?
Mm-hmm.
But anyways there. So, with your train system there, you were talking about that radio frequency control to be able to talk from the head end of the train to the tail end of the train, and that goes right back to what we talked about the other night there, where I forget who asked there about I guess it was Buckwheat that asked, wasn't it, about having the engine in the middle of the train? And
yes,
and so that's the whole control system. That when you have multiple power units at the head end, and a power unit or two in the middle, and a couple or three power units at the back end, and that's what controls whether they're in power mode to move the train down the tracks, or if they're in braking mode to hold the train back going downhill, and that's that whole system. So if you can interrupt it or tell it something that to make it do something it's not supposed to do at a certain time, you could certainly create all kinds of havoc, especially if you're making the head end do something different than the tail end.
Right.
And so there's a lot of problem there. And also just the whole signal system. I mean, it's not it's not a really modernized signal system that they've been running, since they figured out how to put the electric current in the rails, and you have your railroad crossings, and you have the signaling to the engines, and the engineers in the engines, and back to the train dispatchers and the signal boards and everything. It really is a very simple system. So to be able to hack into it, or if you wanted to maliciously do something to it, it does not take much to make it look like there's a train somewhere there's not. If you actually know how to do it, you can actually just very, very easily make a train, make it look like there is a train in a location where there's actually no train, and that'll either make system shut down, or there's automatic switching that gets done. If there's a scheduled time for a switch to operate, that it'll take a signal that a train's in a certain area. They call it a block. They have insulators in the rails themselves. They insulate sections of rail, so you have like a 1 mile block that's connected with that part of the signal system. And then after you go across that insulated signal system, it's kind of like the airplanes getting handed off from tower to tower as they go across the country. Mm-hmm. But the rail does it, every mile or 2 miles, depending on what block size they have, to have an insulated rail section. So anyways, it's very, very easy to, if you have any basic knowledge, or I'm sure with the internet you can find out a lot more. And as far as Vic was talking there, I'm not sure exactly, because I haven't been involved with it really in the last probably 10 years or so, since my stepfather retired from, it ended up being CSX, after being Conrail, after being New York Central, with all the different mergers that happened and consolidations. But he was retired as a conductor. And at that point, there was still three men on a train. You had the engineer, you had a brakeman, and you had a conductor. And at the time he was retiring, they were actually looking at removing the brakeman position. So you would have had two people on the train. You would have had the engineer, who's actually responsible for the movement of the train, and the conductor, who would be responsible for everything else that goes with the train, whether it's the shipment, the deliveries, where the cars are placed. The conductor and the engineer, and used to be with the brakeman, they would all work together to know the weights of the train, so they knew what they needed for power to get them down the tracks, and also braking ability to stop them going downhill. There's a lot to it, but as I say, they're getting to the point that they're trying to minimize the amount of employment, people working on the trains, and the less employees you have out there working, the less money you have to pay, and the more money you get to, you have in profit. So, and when the bean counters look at it, they like profit. But anyway, so there's my 2 cents of everything that I can put a nickel's worth of 2
there
cents.
You go. It's like a little delve into what's going on via the railways, right? All right, let me see. Here's the Knuckle Buster. Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. 75 shout out to Clifton Field, Captain Ron, Steve Summers, we'll do Philip and horse feathers too. We'll line this song up for the weekend there. Everybody have yourself a great weekend there. There's 36 weekends. Tank, listen to Brother Ramble on Sunday evening. And make sure you came back in on Sunday night and Monday morning.
Well, we will be here. And yeah, his phone was kind of screwed up there, wasn't it? A little muffled. All right, let me see. Pappy said, I have heard about them SIG pistols going off in their holder. That's not a good thing. No doubt. Steve in Columbus. Hello, Steve. All the listeners out there, the best day of the week. You got it. The bank account is replenished. The weekend is upon us. Looks like the forecast showing some fairly nice weather this weekend. How about maybe some fishing in the plans? But first, the coffee's hot. Pickup is packed. Time to head into town. We will get the day started. But everybody enjoy the day and enjoy your weekend. And there is Truck and Phil, of course. Happy Casual Friday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hotshot Secret Nation, and the great product of Stabil. A cool 57 to start this morning. High of 75, 58 to 77 in Newaygo, Michigan. So the cool air has arrived, no doubt. A big shout out to the great Knucklebuster. Roll on. It's another working weekend. So everybody else have a great weekend. Hey, 146 days till Christmas, though. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. Didn't have much time to delve deeply into it, but not content to wait 2 years for the congressional repeal of what they call the de minimis exemption to take effect. Yeah, but the president Wednesday signing an executive order that ends the ability of low-value goods to enter the U.S. duty-free with minimal customs processing. Starting August 29th, Trump said suspending the trade privilege for individual parcel shipments was necessary to prevent people from using the system to evade tariffs systematically that are being imposed on all nations. So this again brings up the likes of many of these overseas the likes of Temu and Shein. You order products, worth a lower value, and you wouldn't have to pay the tariffs on them. The new policy is going to force importers to pay the full tariff on amount for shipments valued at $800 or less, originating from all countries, they say. Have a great weekend. Thanks for being with us. How about we come back at the midnight hour on a Sunday night, kick off the new week for our next edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.